Welcome, everybody. I'm Robert, and I'm the detective you know. Today's case is the case of Kenneth Bluew. He's a police officer in Michigan who was charged with killing his girlfriend while on duty. The case details and my information is in the description below. Let's get at it. There's Ken.
Come on in. All right.
What's up, Al?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I think we may have met years ago. Jason Teddy. I trooped in Bay City. And
Yeah.
Bayonet, all that crap.
Yep, that sounds familiar.
I've been in this building probably 50.
Okay, I've got some observations already. First of all, it's 6:52 a.m. Ken got off of his shift at 6 a.m. He murdered his girlfriend at around 9:30ish, most likely. So it's been 9-10 hours since he murdered his girlfriend, and it's only been 52 minutes since he got off of shift. He knows by now that Michigan State Police, or he knew hours ago that Michigan State Police were called in. They were at the scene and investigating this crime, and he knew that he was going to be interviewed. And Ken makes the choice to come into his professional interview dressed like he's going to a fish fry. He's wearing a cutoff shirt, baggy shorts. I think he had sandals on. This is just a foreshadowing of the level of common sense and critical thinking that Ken lacks. In his very first decision on, well, he should have come in his uniform, is what I'm trying to say. Now, I already like these detectives. So these are two Michigan State Police detectives. I think he said his name was Jason Petty, and he clearly knows Ken from earlier training. And the other gentleman's name is Al, and it sounds like they are familiar with each other too. Ken will use Al's name throughout the interview. I already like these detectives. What I like is that they are dressed casually for this after-hours callback for the scene. They're bonding with Ken immediately, which one of the most important things when you're interrogating and interviewing anybody is to first establish some rapport, make sure that they're comfortable with you. These detectives are already off to a great start in that they're making Ken feel, hey, we're all just cops here sitting in a room.
Oh, this is this building. Let's see, I started here in 99, I want to say maybe 95-ish.
Okay.
Sometime 95 to 2000. 95 to 99. Something like that.
Okay, everybody, buckle up. You just got your first taste of Ken Bluew. Ken has asked a very simple question. What year was this building built? It's not important to the case. It's not important to anything. They're making small talk. Ken knows this. Ken was a detective. And he just gives this long, drawn-out, overly complicated, overly informational answer. And you'll see that's what Ken does throughout this interview and interrogation. When he's doesn't have to lie, doesn't have to obfuscate what he just did, he rambles and he talks on and provides way too much detail. It's an effort for himself to make himself comfortable because he can speak freely and he feels like he's probably buying himself some time. You can already tell by the body language of the two detectives. The one of them's just writing and not even paying attention. The other one's just kind of muttering, "Oh, okay." They've already had it with Ken, I can tell.
Ken, is your first name Ken or Kenneth?
Kenneth.
Shit. Thank you.
Happens to me all the time.
It's ETH.
Okay. Middle?
Middle name?
Yeah.
TWYMAN.
Okay. More of Ken's personality. The detective asks him what his name is, whether it's Ken or Kenneth. Ken replies Kenneth. The detective confirms the spelling of the name. So he's clearly talking to Ken about his name. And then he says middle. And Kenneth's response is, middle name? No, Ken, the middle digits of your social security number. What are we talking about here? I think what Ken's trying to do, and it's common in interrogations, the person being interviewed and interrogated wants to maintain a level of control, wants to show that he's in charge and he's guiding the interview and interrogation. And I think, if I had to guess, this was a subtle way of Ken calling out the detective for not using clear language, saying middle name, or using a complete sentence, and challenging the detective, and maybe even trying to make the detective feel a little dumb for just saying middle, and that he's supposed to assume what that is. Ken's not dumb. Ken's not stupid. You will see that throughout this interview. He's already playing a little game with these detectives.
How do you spell your last?
Bluew.
Okay, your date of birth. What's a phone number I can reach you at? Cell?
Yep.
Is that department or person? All right. I'm sure you know the deal here. Al and I were called down just to assist with this scene. We got to talk to everybody, you know what's happening.
Absolutely.
You're probably going to have some questions for us too, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Been through this game a few times, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you
I
have.
was a detective for almost 5 years, so.
Yeah. So it's nothing new to you, and I
Sure.
appreciate the fact that you know what the deal is, and you know we're just going through the motions here.
Excellent work by these detectives here. Jason Petty on the left, Al is on the right in the striped shirt. Just body language is a lot, and they're doing everything they can to make Ken feel comfortable. You know, Ken does have rights, and Ken doesn't have to be sitting in there speaking with them. He feels obliged to because he's a police officer, and if he doesn't, it will look bad. But Jason Petty leans back, he crosses his leg, his body language is open and inviting, his tone is just relaxed, and even the things he says, it's right there on the screen right now. You know, we're just going through the motions here, Ken. They're letting Ken believe that they were called in just to help out, and that because he's law enforcement, there's nothing to fear here, nothing to worry about. I do find it interesting that Ken interrupts to let these detectives know that he was a detective for 5 years, so he knows what's going on. He knows the game here. I think he even uses the word, I've played this game before. So again, he's trying to take control of the situation a little bit and let these detectives know that they're all on an even playing field. You will notice too, there's a clear, and I'm sure they discuss this when I would interview and interrogate people or even go on cases with a fellow detective. There's an in-charge detective and there's an assisting detective, and Jason Petty is clear. Trooper Petty is clearly in charge here, and Al in the striped shirt is doing just a very good job. He will ask some questions and he will put in his 2 cents worth, but he's allowing Trooper Petty to take full control of this interview.
In any case like this, especially because you were done at 6, right?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to read you Miranda just as a matter of protocol. And I'm sure you're aware of them, but you know I got to read them.
Yep.
Okay, Ken, you're a police officer. You're being read Miranda. Now, for those of you that don't know what your Miranda rights are, which if you're watching this channel, I'm sure you do, it's your right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. You have a right to have an attorney present while you're being questioned. You have a right to stop the questioning at any time if you wish. If you are being read those rights as a doctor, lawyer, ditch digger, teacher, police officer, you are being investigated for a crime. Detectives do not read Miranda for no reason. These detectives are actually being a little bit cautious and careful. I don't blame them for doing it. They do not have to read Miranda warnings to Ken. Ken is not in custody. He's not arrested. He's free to leave whenever he wants. Miranda warnings only have to be read if there are two things present, and both things have to be present. A person is in custody, which means they are arrested or detained and not free to leave, and you're asking questions. So if you have somebody in custody that you arrested and you're just taking them straight to jail and you're not asking any questions, you don't need to read a Miranda. If you have somebody who's voluntarily giving an interview and voluntarily submitting to questioning, and they are free to leave and they are not detained and they're not in custody, you don't have to read Miranda. There has to be custody plus interrogation. They're being overly cautious here, and I don't blame them. You would not want an interview which might lead to a confession tossed out of court because you didn't Mirandize. And I think they also know that there's nothing to fear here. Ken's not going to walk out on them. He's not going to say, "Oh, I plead the fifth," and walk out. The scrutiny from his own department, his chief of police, would be too much for him to bear.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you before or during any questioning. If you want a lawyer but cannot afford one will be appointed to represent you at public expense. If you waive your right to remain silent, later wish to stop answering questions, questions will stop. If you waive your right to have a lawyer present, later change your mind, the question will stop till you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand these rights?
I do.
Okay. Are you willing to give up these rights quickly?
Okay. Is that gonna do it all time? Man, you are one important dude.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I'm just playing now.
Yeah.
Just messing around. I'll shut mine up too, so we can all behave.
Oops. This damn thing, I can't even make sense of half of it.
It's terrible when you're that important, huh?
I need to go back to one of those, simple phones.
That's what I got. Nice and easy.
Half the shit on here I don't know how to use.
Right.
Basically,
That whole little scene was kind of funny. If I do fault these detectives for one thing, it's Al having his phone not muted. If I had $1 for every police interrogation I've watched where one of the detectives' phone chimes or rings and breaks up the flow of the interview and the interrogation, I could have retired 20 years ago. It's you know, it's an easily forgettable thing, but when you sit down with a suspect, there should be no phones in the room, no distractions in the room, and your phone should be turned off. However, you will see what a useful tool Al's cell phone becomes in this interrogation, in the interview. Someone from outside the room. I mean, this is an active crime scene. They're still working the crime scene while they're talking to Ken. This happened just hours ago. And someone is outside the room, an investigator outside the room, officers on the scene, officers at the victim's relative's house will be constantly feeding Al information on that cell phone, and you'll see him get up and come back several times after looking at his phone, which leads to a lot of different questions being asked in this interrogation. Ken here is working triple time to just be one of the boys here, making jokes about the cell phone being on and talking about what kind of cell phones they have. He even cracks a joke twice to Al about how important he is and how difficult it must be to be that important that your phone's going off. And I love Al's response. Al's response is mumble, 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 mumble. I'm not that important. Mumble, mumble. And it's just Al is done with Kenneth Bluew's "we're all cops and we're all just having fun" shtick already. You can tell.
Kind of run down. Just tell me what happened tonight. What's going on here?
I was conducting general patrol.
Remember the question just asked by Officer Petty, or Trooper Petty. Tell me what happened tonight. It's a very simple question. Tell me what happened tonight. And buckle up for Ken Bluew's 10-minute response.
I've been up in the area of the North Number Streets. We call them North Number Streets. It's area north of Wadsworth. Been in there a little bit, patrolling around. I sat at 81 and Outer for a while, working on radar. And then there's a neighborhood to the north of 81, north of 81, west of Outer. Little neighborhood back in there. I went back in there and kind of drove over, just general patrol. Come out onto Outer Drive, went north, took a pass through the businesses on Freeway Lane, and then come out and went north again up to where we have our range. As I started to pull up, I saw the vehicle sitting there. I did it with my spotlight real quick to see if I could see heads moving or popping up. Sometimes we get parkers up there and whatnot. I didn't see anybody move, so I went up, I turned, and then I turned back or turned around. It goes, Outer Drive ends, you guys were up there. There's a little drive there that leads to our range, and then that drive over there leads over to the wastewater treatment plant. So I go up, turn around so that I can get a better angle on the car. So I drive in behind the car, focus the spotlight, and about that time, Tim's pulling up. So, you know, we kind of looked at him, he kind of looked at me and says, "What do you think?" He says, "Oh, no." So he started walking up from where he was at, because he was still on Outer Drive. He was walking up towards the passenger side of the car, and I started to walk kind of towards the driver's side corner. And as I got closer, I saw the door open, the back driver's door was open. Took a few more steps, and I saw her laying on the ground. I saw the cord running to the top of the car. Oh my gosh. I yelled at Tim real quick. I said, "Hey, we got a body." Well, I took a step back. He come around the corner. He come around the car. He took a look. Oh, shit. So away we went. Yeah, we started doing our thing. And then Tim got a hold of Sean, and they started, Sean said, "I didn't tape it off, do your thing. Get some photos." So I started taking photographs. Went all the way around the car, and then, took a couple shots of the inside of the car, keys and ignition. It didn't look like it was in disarray too much. I mean, purse was laying there, so pulled the purse out to ID the driver, and as I did, when I set the purse on the hood, the first thing I see was a folded up piece of paper. Okay. So I unfolded the paper and I read it. It was an obvious suicide note, and it was signed Jenny. It was all typed out. There was no writing on it, no ink on it. It was just all typed. Set that aside, went through the purse, found the wallet, opened the wallet up, went through the wallet, found the ID, and at that point I went, "Oh shit, I know this girl." So I stepped away, I looked at Tim, I said, "I know this girl." I said, I know her. So I kind of just stepped back at that point and let everybody else take and do what they needed to do. Sean showed up, and the rest is history. Here we are.
So much to unpack there. I'm still taking notes. So there you have it. Ken was asked, "What happened tonight?" I guess what he should have said, what normal people would have said, someone uninvolved in this would have said, is, "I was on patrol and I came upon a suicide scene, and the girl that had committed suicide, it turns out I know her." That's it. That's what happened. They didn't ask what the layout of the roads were. They didn't ask how you drove, how you turned around, what you were looking at. They didn't ask any of that. When people are trying to give an alibi, give a cover story, or guide the narrative of the story in the way that they want, they're going to provide all these details. They're going to fill it with details nobody asked, nobody wanted, that aren't necessary. He's trying to craft the scene and craft a narrative that these detectives need to believe. Several things, too. he says early on, he's up there driving around after patrol and he sees a vehicle. Let me tell you what the vehicle was. It was a gold Pontiac Aztek. Breaking Bad fans out there will recognize that as Walter White's car. They are very unique looking. They are not common. It was Pontiac's attempt to kind of blend a minivan with an SUV, a butch-looking SUV, in an attempt to lure, more male drivers. It's kind of a flop. It's usually on the top 10 list of most ugly cars ever made. Very unique car. And later you'll learn that it had stickers all over the back of it. People put stickers, say hi to your cat, or, all this other stuff. A bunch of stickers on the back. So he should have known that this 10-year friend of his, Jen, who he's only ever seen in a gold Pontiac Aztek with stickers on it, as he's pulling up to this car, he should be saying, "What's Jen's car doing up here?" But he distances him. There's just a car. I see a vehicle. And then he describes how he turns around at the end of the street and he's coming back towards the car. And he said, about that time, Tim pulls up. Tim's his partner who came out looking for him. This is very interesting. Ken got caught. He had just staged the scene, was U-turning to get out of there because it's a dead-end country street out there. And he got caught. He got caught trying to leave and had to stage this or frame it to Tim as, "Oh, hey, I was just looping around to get a better angle on this car, and let's go check it out." That's kind of interesting. He must have been just sweating bullets that he got caught out there. He mentions, he says, I walk up to the car and I saw her. He knows now that was Jen, and he could refer to her as Jen, but he calls it her. Later in this interrogation, you'll hear him use the terms. These are the terms he uses for Jen: her, it, the body, she. He never uses her name. He is distancing himself from the victim being a human being and just referring to it in these neutral, kind of cold terms. So another thing that's interesting is Ken is the one that searches the car, and Ken finds the purse. And he says the reason that he pulled the purse is so that he could ID the driver. That's one of Ken's first slip-ups. Jen was found hanging from an electrical cord tied to the roof rack, and she was outside of the back door on the driver's side. Ken is letting on that he knows that she owns that car and that she's the driver when he says, "Oh, I pulled the purse so I could get an ID to ID the driver." He doesn't know she's the driver. He doesn't know that's her car. If he didn't do something, and if he didn't already know. So that's a little slip up. And then he says he sees a folded up piece of paper in the purse. Now, if you're looking in a purse for an ID, for drugs, for a gun, a knife, you have a specific reason why you're going into a purse. A folded up piece of paper is not going to distract you from what you're looking for. But it distracted Ken because Ken needed that note to be found to start explaining what's going on here. So he unfolds it, and then he says, "It obvious. I read the paper. It was obvious suicide note." And you'll if you do a little research or listen later in the video to what is actually in that obvious suicide note. It's not an obvious suicide note. It's certainly could be construed as one, but it's not obvious. And it was signed Jen. Ken says, obvious suicide note, and it was signed Jen. So let's add up all the things that Ken knows at this point. It's a gold Pontiac Aztek with all these stickers, unique stickers on the back of it. He has seen Jen laying on the ground with a cord tied around her neck. He has looked at her face to see if there was movement. He studied her chest to see if there was movement. She's 8 months pregnant, which has got to be obvious. And he still hasn't connected that this is his friend Jen. Oh, and he reads the obvious suicide note that is signed Jen. But it's not until, and these are in his words, he found the ID and saw the ID, and he says, at that point, I knew this girl. Only upon seeing the ID. So these detectives already are just going to be like, this guy's a liar. And if they came into it wondering if he was involved, we're 8 minutes in, and they know he's involved because of these ridiculous things that he's saying. And then he ends this little monologue about what he did with, and the rest is history, which is just strange. I don't even know what to call that, but it's a strange way to end you describing something, and the rest is history. So let's keep going.
Tim called Sean?
Yes.
Okay. How long did it take him to get out there?
Tim or Sean?
Sean.
God, I couldn't tell you. 45 minutes maybe.
I guess what I'm asking is, you guys had a chance to secure everything at that point and start processing what you could.
Correct. We taped it off. You know, Tim grabbed tape, taped it all off. I did the photos, and then once that was done, we just kind of stepped back and waited for Sean. Wait for the detective to get there and turn it over to him.
Okay. The photos and stuff are those ones that were all turned over to Sean?
Correct.
King said the back door was open. Was it ajar?
No, it was wide open.
Wide open? Okay.
There were no interior lights on, but the back door was open.
Okay.
It's like a four-door car, driver's door, rear door.
Mm-hmm.
All the other doors are closed except for the back door.
Okay.
Not the hatch, though.
Yeah, the side door and the back
There
door.
you go.
Okay.
When you were going out there, you said you were in the neighborhoods and stuff. Do you see any other cars in the area or anything? Especially outer, it's kind of dead ends.
Right. There's not usually a lot of traffic up there. We will get the occasional parkers up there. We will get the occasional dumpers, scrap dumpers and trash dumpers and stuff like that. We've got, there's actually notice out to keep an eye on the whole north end, because people are just dumping everywhere. But the businesses, they're on a freeway lane. There's 3 or 4. There's one up on the hill and a couple in the back. I mean, they're all, it's just a normal route. It's just part of general patrol. Just checking the businesses. Excuse me, making sure that everything is clean and clear. And then one of the businesses up there is kind of like a truck dock. So there's traffic in and out. So seeing traffic on Outer Drive is not usually cause for concern on that side of town, because not only do you have those businesses, but just a step down, then you've got the Wolverine Human Services, the juvenile prison. So seeing traffic, but now once you get up north of there, there's nothing else up there but the wastewater treatment plant and then our secure range. So.
Okay. About what time was it that you were up there?
When I found the car, when I was up patrolling.
They just asked Ken, did you see any cars up there? And Ken goes into a complete business listing, geographical survey, and another explanation of. And again, what he's doing is he's hoping when he can tell the truth and when he can talk about something he knows about and he doesn't have to lie, he's going to talk a lot. And he's hoping that the volume of words and the volume of and the length and the amount of talking that he does that is the truth, that isn't a lie, is going to outnumber the number of times where he either lies or says, I don't know, or just can't answer. And so at the end of this interview, I think he thinks the detectives are going to think, well, he told us all these truths, and there was only a couple of times where we weren't sure to believe him or he didn't know, so he must be telling the truth. It's not going to work. And I give these detectives a lot of patience. I've interviewed people before where they're just going off on tangents and rambling and not really answering the question. And I have succumbed to just kind of shutting them down and getting them back on track. These guys are just awesome, man. They're just letting him talk. The more he talks, the better.
Yes.
It was just before we found the car. I mean, literally, it was, you know, I did the neighborhoods, I did freeway, and went north. You know, and, you know, Tim and I don't remember seeing him, but we must have had the same idea because he did virtually the same thing I did.
Okay.
I do know, I mean, I know that he come off of, I don't know whether or not he checked the neighborhoods or not, but I know he went over and checked the businesses off a freeway before he came north.
Okay.
Like I said, we pulled on. I had enough time to get up there, see the car, spotlight it quick, and turn around, and he was pulling up.
How long?
Okay, so that's a lie. And he says several contradictory things here, and I'm pretty sure these troopers picked up on this. Trooper Petty asks about Tim, the other officer on duty at the time that pulled up later, and he asks about him, and Ken says, I don't remember seeing him over there, but I know he must have done the same thing because I know he checked the businesses on the road leading up to where they were. But he says I didn't see him. That doesn't make any sense. How did you know he checked the businesses if you didn't see him? And Ken is also quick to say that I had just enough time to pull up there, see the car, turn around, and then Tim was there. So Ken's setting the scene that he wasn't up there very long, that he had only been up there a short period of time before Tim came up, making it sound like they virtually pulled up at the same time and discovered this at the same time. You see, I don't think Ken was supposed to find Jen's body and find this scene. I think someone else was supposed to, possibly even the next day, or maybe even one of these truckers or one of these business people that goes back there to this industrial area would find it, and not Ken. But he got caught out there, so now he's on the hook, and he's got to try and explain that we both found it at the same time.
Was he out patrolling the neighborhoods and stuff too?
I don't know. Never saw him.
Where's Freeway Drive? I'm not familiar with that.
It's north of the juvenile prison.
Going to the expressway, goes into
Yep.
the east,
Yep, that's the only way it goes.
and there's businesses in there.
Yeah, you do. When you guys drove up there, I don't know if you paid attention or not, but when you drive up there, the prison's here,
Mhm.
and then there's like a trucking terminal.
Mhm.
There's a business behind it. It's a new business. It's it's Michigan Recovery, the repossession company.
Oh, okay.
And then up on the hill is TCI Tire,
And they're all off this freeway
all off
drive.
Freeway Drive.
And you had driven in and around those businesses? Okay.
Actually past the truck driver.
Okay. And then right from there up to the end of our, okay.
So in that general area, you were up there a matter of a few minutes, or were you up there half hour doing property checks and patrols, or?
All inclusive, probably 45 minutes to an hour.
All inclusive, I was up there 45 minutes to an hour. Now, just a few minutes ago, he said, I had just enough time to be up there, see the car, turn around, and then Tim was there. What is that, a minute? So he's now saying I was in that area for an hour. Now, as somebody who worked road patrol before and patrolled relatively remote areas within a town, certainly industrial areas and stuff like that, you're not spending an hour patrolling what he claims is there's 3 businesses out there. There's a juvenile prison, which doesn't need patrolled, a detention center. There is a car repossession company, and a tire shop, and a truck depot. Doesn't take an hour to patrol those 3 spots. He's doing this because he went radio silent for like an hour and a half. And he also probably has an inclination that there's some sort of tracking device on his car so that the chief can keep, an eye on where people are, or that he might be caught on surveillance cameras in the area or going into the area, an hour earlier. Probably took him an hour to commit this crime and stage the scene. So he's got to have an excuse of why he was up there for 45 minutes to an hour and patrol patrol ain't a good excuse.
Okay. And during that time, you never saw any traffic going down that way?
No, never saw any traffic coming southbound.
Okay.
And so, when I pulled into the freeway there was a semi-truck parked, cab light on, guy walking around. So.
You talked to him or you saw him?
No, I drove by, drove around, saw him.
And that's ridiculous. It's 10 p.m. You're in a small town. You're in a desolate part of the town where there's never any people, never any cars. That's what he just said. And you see a truck driver out of his cab walking around his truck. Just out of community policing and just being a friendly cop, you'd pull up, or just being bored working in this small town, you'd pull up to that guy and you'd say hello and what's going on and nice night and just small talk, stuff like that. So these are just more little breadcrumbs in Ken's story that he's trying to make it sound like, oh, I've got all these little details, so I was there. I can provide you with all these little details, so surely I'm telling the truth. That's a lie. And the detective asked him, did you talk to him? No, I just kept driving. Ridiculous.
That's, I mean, they're up there all the time, so.
Was there any calls going out in that area around that time?
No.
Okay, so pretty quiet.
Yeah.
That's a very pointed question, and the detectives drop some questions in their interview portion here. They already know some things. They've probably been on this crime was, or this scene was discovered like at around 10:30, I believe. State troopers were called in, probably got there around midnight, 1 o'clock, if I had to guess. So they've been on the scene for 6-7 hours now. They know some things. And one of the things they know is that dispatch and the other officers have already told them Ken went radio silent and dark for like an hour and a half. We couldn't get a hold of him. When we did radio checks to make sure he was okay, he wasn't responding. And that's why the detective is asking, was there any radio traffic? Was there anything going on? And, Ken has to lie because he was radio silent.
You said when you first pulled down there, you saw the vehicle. Did you light it up right away, or was it just your headlights?
Just headlights at first until I got within, I guess, spotlight range.
Okay.
I was probably, if I had to guess, maybe 6-8 car lengths, 10 car lengths, something like that. Okay. When I turned the spotlight on.
And that was before you turned around?
Yeah.
I think that's a pointed question as well. I think Tim saw stuff before he came on the scene. I think Tim saw taillights of Ken Bluew's car, or maybe even brake lights, and the car was blacked out as Ken was trying to slink away from this staged suicide scene. And Tim probably told them, no, Ken's car was dark. I saw brake lights when he turned around, and then I came on the scene, and then he turned on his headlights, and then he turned on his spotlights. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know that for sure, but why else would a detective ask that question? And Ken's not smart enough to realize that Tim, at night you can see brake lights a mile, 2 miles away, and you can see headlights that far as well. So asking him, did you hit it with your spotlight before you turned around or after? Oh yeah, I hit it before I turned around. Well, Tim's already told them that's not the case. So they're asking questions they already know the answer to, just to see if Ken's going to tell the truth or lie, and Ken's lying.
Where did you turn around at? Right at the
I went down, I went to the left, over the tracks, and it opens up over there, because if you go to the right, that's how you get to wastewater treatment. So I spun around real quick, drove back over the tracks, and pulled up.
Okay, I've never been down in there to the left to know what's down there.
And then you came up behind the vehicle?
Yeah. Well, like I say, when I pulled up, the vehicle's parked here. I would come in, I spotlighted it this way, drove around, did my loop, and I came up and I stopped here because I saw Tim pulling in. So I stopped here, my spotlight on the car, he spotlighted the car, and we both get out and walk out.
What the detectives are doing now is just excellent, and I wish I would have been more of a detective like this when I was a bit of a talker, and learned through the course of my years in the detective bureau how to become a better listener. They do two things. They create these huge amounts of time where it's just silent, where no one's saying anything. They leave a lot of answers just hanging there, especially when they know Ken's lying. They give Ken lots of time to think about the lie that he just told with the silence in the room. It's just genius. And they're not putting him under pressure. They're not, machine gunning questions at him. They're not allowing him to get a rhythm to his lies, rhythm to his story. And they're letting things just soak in and sink in, and keeping it real low pressure. They're doing a great job.
During that time, as you were approaching and you were lighting it up, you didn't see anybody around or anything like that? Okay. You said no interior lights were on in the car? Were the headlights on or anything?
No.
Was it running?
No.
Do you remember checking to see if it was warm, if it had been running, or would it look like it
When
been for a while?
Yeah, after we got the initial, after we found her and got the whole scene taped off, after I took my pictures, when I removed the purse and set it on the hood, I felt the hood. And, felt that it was fairly warm. I mean, it was warm. I wouldn't say it was screaming hot.
That's a very important piece of evidence there. So whenever, as a detective, whenever we would have a crime involving a vehicle, one of the first things that we would do is, if possible, turn the vehicle on and see what the temperature needle was at, because later you can kind of scientifically determine, based on the temperature of the coolant, perhaps how long that vehicle had been stopped, given ambient temperature and science and physics and stuff like that. I just knew it was important to take a picture of the temperature gauge or note the location of the temperature gauge. And if you couldn't do that, if you didn't have keys, certainly feel the hood of the car and kind of estimate, like Ken just said, it wasn't screaming hot, so he's giving them an indication that it was warm, maybe hot, but not on fire like the vehicle had just been running. But why this is important is the detectives know already that Ken called Jen. Jen called Ken, and Ken called Jen back at around 8:30. He's even going to say that later. He was getting lunch at the fire department, and that's when he called Jen back, but she didn't answer at around 8:30. So now we have a time frame. If this was discovered at, say, 10:15 or whatever time it was discovered, and she was using her phone at 8:30, so now we know between 8:30 and 10:15 is when this must have happened. So it's a good question. It's a smart question, and it gives them a really tight window of when this crime must have been committed, which, combined with all of the other evidence and Ken going radio silent, kind of really boxes them in. You'll see.
When was the last time prior to this that you were up checking that area?
Today I haven't.
Okay. You don't know if anybody else checked it today?
How many people were working? Just you and Tim?
It was me and Tim came out at 10 o'clock. It was me and Sarah.
Oh, okay.
It was me and Sarah until 10. Then,
You guys work 12-hour shifts?
we work 12s, but Mondays and Tuesdays we have a short day. So we stay at the 80 hours instead of 84.
Okay, so what was your shift last
My
night?
shift was 6 to 6.
6 to 6.
Yeah, my short day was Monday.
I think I know Sarah. What's her name?
Sylvester. modified shift because she was doing some code enforcement stuff. 12 p.m. to 12
Midnight?
a.m.
Oh, okay.
Noon to midnight. Sorry.
And Tim came on at 10?
Yes.
Anything suspicious about the car as you approached?
Other than this door open.
Anything suspicious about the car as you approached? Ken says, no. I don't know, Ken, how about the fact that it's a gold Pontiac Aztec with stickers that looks exactly like your girlfriend's car, sitting out in the middle of nowhere on a dead-end gravel road near the industrial part of town? Yeah, the fact that there's a car parked on the side of the road in the dark at 10 o'clock at night, in and of itself is suspicious, Ken. But here's where he has to start distancing himself from anything being wrong or anything being out of the ordinary. No, it's not suspicious.
Did you see the door open when you pulled up behind it or not until you walked up to it?
And furthermore, if it's not suspicious, then why'd you stop? Why'd you loop around? Why'd you hit it with your spotlight? If it's not suspicious and there's cars parked there all the time, because there's, people dumping up there and people, you got the occasional parker, the occasional dumper up there, as you said earlier. If there's nothing suspicious, then why did you not just keep driving by?
Out of the car. I saw the door open, but I couldn't see anything past that. All I could see was the door was open, so we started walking towards the car, and as I got closer, that's when I saw her.
That's when I saw her. Not Jen. Her.
You came up on the driver's side. Tim was going around the passenger side. He obviously couldn't see her then.
Correct.
Okay. Because he parked on outer.
Yes.
Approached from outer. You approached from the left. What's the name of the road there?
It's actually Hack Road.
Hack Road. Wastewater treatment road. Okay. And only the door was open, no lights on, car wasn't running, nobody around. When did you first see the body?
I don't think I quite made it to the bumper of the car yet.
Okay.
It was close, but within a few steps of the bumper, maybe.
Okay, so you didn't see a body as you were getting out of your car walking up. It wasn't until you got right up on there until you knew what you had. And what did you see? Tell me about what you saw there.
Well, I had my flashlight out, and as I walked up, I saw the door. I kind of did a peek inside just to, see if anybody was laying there, I guess. And then I went down, and as I went down, I saw her laying there, and that's when I saw the cord running, and I'm like, uh-oh. So I got a little closer, I looked, saw the cord was around her neck, followed the cord up, saw it was attached to the luggage rack. I'm like, oh boy. So I called, that's when I told Tim, I said, hey, we got a body over here.
Okay, so Tim comes upon a scene where there's a woman with an electrical cord wrapped around her neck, tied to the top of a luggage rack of a car, and his response is, uh-oh, we got a body here. Not, I immediately rushed over to see if she was still breathing, see if she was alive. Again, using more terms like her, she, a body. He could refer to her as Jen. He knows, at the point of this interview, he knows it was Jen. He could refer to her as Jen. He chooses not to. But your reaction, I've been on suicide scenes before. I've been on scenes where the suicide, there was possibility they were still alive, where a gun wasn't involved, which was, usually obvious signs of death, but drug overdoses and hangings and things like that. And you don't just stand there and say, uh-oh, and tell your partner you got a body. You jump into action. Life-saving is your primary objective there. So more holes in Ken's story and more indicators of guilt.
After you told Tim you got a body, then what did you guys do?
He came around, did basically the same thing. Checked everything, checked it all out, and then we backed away. He got on the phone with Sean, and Sean said, "Take it off and start taking photos." So we just went into that mode and started doing what we had to do.
We just backed away. Didn't look for signs of life, just backed away. And Ken says something here at the end. We just went into that mode. Ken uses the phrase mode several times in his interview and interrogation. I went into cop mode. I went into this mode. We went into that mode. There's no different modes when you're a police officer. When you put the uniform on, at the beginning of your shift, you're in police mode. There's no different modes you go into. And when you take it off, you should go into a different mode, which is I'm not a cop anymore and I'm just a dad or a boyfriend or, whatever. But pay attention when Ken says he goes into different modes. It's kind of interesting.
Did you guys check for vitals? Was it, why not?
What a great question. He started to give Ken the answer, and he caught himself. He's a good detective, Trooper Petty here. It sounded like he was going to say, was it because she was obviously dead? Was it because there were clearly no signs of life? But he's not going to give Ken that out. He wants Ken to say it. So he says, was it? Well, why not? This is the first bit of pushback you're going to see from these detectives against Ken. We're 20 minutes into this interrogation, and I know they've made up their minds that he's responsible. They have enough evidence going into this interrogation to lead them to believe that he was most likely responsible for this. And based on his interview so far, they know he is. And that pushback of, well, why not? It's telling, and it's definitely marks a shift in the attitude of these detectives towards Ken.
I don't know. I guess probably not to disturb. Well, there was no movement, and when I looked, there was, from a distance, there didn't appear to be any chest rise. Lips were kind of bluish. It wasn't giving me the impression that it was, that she was alive. So
it didn't give me the impression that she was alive. He was going to say that it was alive. Once again, dehumanizing Jen into it, the body, she. And Ken does say some valid things here. He describes how the lips were bluish. There was no movement. There was no chest rise. These are things you will check for when you come upon an unattended death. However, he's lying. She had at most probably been dead for 20 minutes, half an hour maybe. She'd probably been dead just long enough for him to stage this scene and try and skedaddle out of there. Her lips weren't purple yet. Her lips weren't blue. So the detectives are seeing through this. Hence their silence right now. And copious note-taking.
So when you started taping it off to protect the scene, was that just protecting the area around the body, or was that the whole vehicle?
The vehicle and everything.
Okay.
Another good question, and what will later be an interesting point. So, Ken actually attacked Jen and strangled her a distance away from where the car was. Now, whether they had gone for a little walk once they met up there, or whether he moved the car later, which is probably likely, towards the dead end, a very diligent crime scene investigator or detective located a necklace of hers and some blood spots a distance away from the car, more near the dead end on this road, and the blood came back to be Ken's. She had either bit or scratched, or later you'll see he had an eye injury. He bled over there. Maybe even her blood too, I'm not quite sure. But certainly there was DNA and evidence and her necklace located a short distance away. Now, when Ken says he taped off the scene, he taped off the vehicle around the body and that's it. Well, of course he did. He knew the crime was committed down the road. Under normal circumstances, you tape off as much of the area as you can, especially when you're out in a desolate area where there might be tire tracks, footwear impressions, any other signs of evidence. It's not going to be just around the car. It's going to be in the entire area, down the ravine, in the bushes, in the little grassy area that was nearby, certainly up and down the road. So it's telling that Ken did not tape off the area where he committed the crime, but just around the vehicle.
And Tim called Sean?
Yes.
Now tell me about processing the vehicle, what you guys did there.
Like I said, after I took the pictures, I removed the purse. I entered through the passenger side front door, removed the purse, set it on the hood of the car, and then began to go through the purse. As far as anything else within the interior of the vehicle, none of that was, other than a cursory look around, none of it was touched.
Okay.
Did Tim go inside the car?
To no believe so.
And what was the purpose of grabbing the purse and looking through the purse?
To identify the driver, to identify the person with the vehicle.
So earlier in the video, when he was giving his rolling monologue of everything he did, he said he grabbed the purse so that he could pull an ID to identify the driver, and he didn't correct himself. Well, I think he's had some time to think about that answer and how that was not a good answer, because how would he know that Jen was the driver? So when he answers the same question this time, he says to identify the driver, to identify the person with the vehicle. So he's thought about that answer, and he's come up with a better one, but unfortunately for him, he said the wrong answer first before he corrected himself, and these detectives are noticing that.
I think Tim had already run the plate and came back to a male subject, and obviously that wasn't a male subject. So.
Do you remember who the plate came back to?
I think it was Donald Webb.
I think it was Donald Webb. Jennifer's last name was Webb. But he's just playing stupid here. Like, don't know whose car this is. Don't know who this is. Donald Webb? Never heard of the guy. Ridiculous.
And that's when once you saw the ID, that's when you realized you knew the person? And Tim did not go in the vehicle, right?
I don't believe he did, though.
Was Sean there when you guys were doing the vehicle?
No.
So the purpose of all these questions was Sean in the vehicle. Did Tim go in the vehicle? Did you go in the vehicle? What did you do in the vehicle? Where did you go in the vehicle? This is all just to lock down some DNA evidence. They know that the crime scene investigators have swabbed the steering wheel, the door handles. They've taken fingerprints. They've done a full forensic analysis of this vehicle, and they want to be able to say, we didn't find this person's DNA because they didn't go in. We found this person's DNA because they did go in. So they're just trying to lock Ken down on who was and who was not inside the vehicle at this point.
So after that point, what happened?
Sean showed up and took control of the scene from there. He performed his own inspection. I'm not sure if I or Tim. I don't remember who gave him. I think I did. I think I gave him the note and the ID. And he went up, did his look around, got on the phone with the medical examiner, did his MESI stuff, and basically we just kind of stood by at that point. There came a point in time, and I don't remember the exact time, but I got called away to help Sarah out on a beanie. It was a fresh beanie that she thought she had somebody inside the house. So Sean says, "You go, Tim and I'll stay here and wait for the funeral to show up."
So this is very interesting. Sean's the detective. Sean shows up on the scene. He's told by Tim and by Ken, hey, I know, Ken knows this woman. And that immediately is going to raise suspicion among any detective if you show up at a crime scene and the officer says, I know this woman. Not necessarily nefarious, but it's certainly an interesting thing. And then I believe Tim later testifies in court that when he showed up at the car and saw Ken turning around, that when Ken got out of the car, he was super sweaty and super nervous and out of breath, which makes no sense if you had just been driving your patrol car to that location. You wouldn't be sweaty, out of breath, and all of those things. So I think Sean has already put together some loose information that he does not want Ken at this scene anymore for a variety of reasons. A, you know this person, and B, might have an inkling of a suspicion that Ken is involved. So normally on a crime scene, the officer who finds the crime scene becomes in charge of that crime scene and is tasked with making sure that everybody who's not supposed to be in that crime scene stays out, taping it off, running a log of who comes in and out, and closing down the scene and making sure the vehicles are towed, the evidence is collected, the funeral home shows up. That's Ken's scene. Ken is the one who is in charge of this scene until the detective arrives, but it's still his scene. It's very interesting that the detective shows up and sends Ken away and leaves Tim in charge of the scene. Sean knows something. He wants Ken out of there.
Did you go back then? Had you been back up there then after you got called out to help Sarah?
No.
You didn't? Okay. So were you there when the vehicle was towed or any of that stuff? Okay. Were you there when the body was brought back? Okay.
So those may seem like innocent questions, but they're not, and they're very smart questions by Al. He's doing a good job as well. Both these guys, I'll just say it over and over, they're doing a great job. First of all, Ken was not allowed back. Ken's not going to say that because that looks suspicious, but I'm sure Sean told him, you need to leave, don't come back, to preserve that crime scene. But also, these questions by Al, did you come back? Were you there when the body was removed? Were you there when the car removes? Well, Ken might later try and explain his DNA being in the car, on the extension cord, on Jen. He might explain those things away by, well, yeah, I helped the funeral home load the body. I helped the ME move the body. I helped secure the car before it was towed, or I closed the doors and locked the doors. Sean was smart in sending Ken away, and Al is confirming that he was nowhere near the scene and didn't touch the body, so that when they get DNA back, it just sinks Ken.
Yeah, from the assist to Sarah, I went over to Henry Gore School, ran an alarm over there, walked around that, checked that building out, and I had to pull my daily to see where I went after that.
So you saw that note before you saw her ID?
Yes. The note was laying folded up right on top of the purse. The purse was open. It was a big, the purse was probably that big.
Okay.
It was open like this, and the note was laying right on top.
It's a good question by Trooper Petty. So you saw the note before you saw the ID. Well, Trooper Petty knows that Ken's already said, I didn't realize it was Jen until I saw the ID. Well, Trooper Petty just called him out on that. You saw this note, and it was signed Jen. And that in combination with the vehicle, the uniqueness of the vehicle, seeing her, you've known her for 10 years, seeing her on the ground, it's just incredulous. And he's just confirming that and making a note of it.
Okay. So in the purse, but on top of all the contents in the purse. All right.
You can hear a little exasperation in Trooper Petty's voice after asking some of these questions and getting answers.
Do you know who did the notification to the next kin?
I assume Sean did. It would have been his scene. He was in charge, so.
At that point, Sean knew that you knew her, right?
Yes. When Sean arrived, I told him that I knew her.
Why this is important is the family, when they were notified by the detective, who already knows that Ken knows her, when he goes to make the death notification, the family says she was supposed to go meet a Buena Vista police officer named Ken, who is the father of her child, tonight. Can you imagine Sean, the detective's reaction internally and probably externally and viscerally upon hearing from the family that she was supposed to go meet Ken that night? Shocking.
Do you know her family?
So Al just got a text message with some important information, most likely.
Tell me about how you knew her.
I met her.
So it's kind of interesting. We're 30 minutes into this interview, and the crux of the issue here, why the state police troopers, detectives are here, and the only reason they're here is because Ken knows the suicide victim. They would not have been called in for a regular suicide, probably not even been called in for a regular homicide. Buena Vista's got their own detectives. They can handle stuff like that. It's because of the conflict of interest that you have a possible suspect on this police force that the Buena Vista detectives are sort of recusing themselves from further investigation, certainly the interrogation, to not create anything that looks hinky where one of your own is interviewing one of your own. So they brought in a third party. But that's the only reason they're there, yet it's fascinating that they wait 30 minutes to ask him how he knows her. And this is good police work. You want to get these baseline questions, timeline questions answered first before you get to the crux of the issue, which is going to start making Ken sweat.
Well, probably more than 10 years ago. When I first started out here, just in my normal duties, we would do bar checks, and she used to frequent the Backstreet Bar over in Holland. I got to know the waitresses and the people over there. She was in there. We got introduced. We just talked. Started up a casual friendship and been touch and go ever since. I mean, we talk for a while and then we kind of do our own thing and go our separate ways. And, out of the blue, she'll call me or I'll call her. Hey, what's going on?
So Ken expects us to believe that 10 years ago, he meets this early 20-something-year-old girl at a bar. They strike up a casual friendship, and that they've just been friends for 10 years, and that every now and then they go their separate ways. What does that mean? You're friends, Ken. There's no separate ways to go. You're friends. You go separate ways if you're physically or emotionally involved with somebody, and then you break up and you go separate ways and then you come back. So he's describing a relationship that's off and on, touch and go, as he says, like you would have with a romantic partner, not a casual friendship, as he said earlier. And these detectives don't believe for 1 minute that he meets a girl at a bar and that they're just friends for 10 years. Ridiculous.
Was she working there, or was she just a patron?
Just a patron. Okay. She knew most of the people that worked there.
So there goes Al. He's gotten some information, and he's going to go talk to a crime scene investigator.
How old is she?
I am probably 30, between 30 and 35. I don't know her exact birthday.
More just nonsense from Ken. You just said you've been friends with this woman for 10 years, Ken, and you don't know how old she is? She's between 30 and 35. I've got people I've known for 6 months, and I know how old they are, let alone people I've known for 10 years. Ken knows how old she is. What you're going to see for the rest of the video is a pattern of when Ken is asked questions about Jen. It's, I don't know, I don't recall, as far as I know, not that I'm aware of. He knows nothing about nothing when it comes to Jen. But he's been friends with her for 10 years, and they talk sometimes twice a day, at least twice a week on the phone. It doesn't match up, and he's... Like I said, he's not stupid, but this is pretty stupid.
I don't remember from seeing her ID, so.
Is she a local gal?
The last I knew, she lived in the city, but I know that she had gotten broken into a few times recently. She called and told me that, and it was my understanding that she had moved back in with her parents.
Do you remember where in the city?
No.
So, good friend, 10 years, doesn't know where she lives.
Or where her parents live?
No clue.
And if I had a friend, when I was on the force, if I had a friend that lived anywhere near where I worked, and said, I've been broken into 3 times. As a police officer, to my good friend of 10 years, my first question, if I didn't already know, would be, where do you live? To find out more information. I could maybe help them with information about that area. I could assist them in contacting the police in that area to give their house an extra watch or something. But Ken, I don't know where she lives. I don't know nothing about nothing. Unbelievable.
Do you know if they're in the area or?
They're in the area. I think it's somewhere in Bridgeport, but I'm not sure. I don't know what the address is or anything like that.
Yeah, I see his feet now. Sandals with white socks. He's going to a fish fry.
When was it she was broken into?
She's been broken into 3 times in the last. I want to say the first one was April or May.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
So it's pretty recent stuff?
Yeah, they were all in 2011. They were all summertime of 2011.
Is that why she moved in with her parents?
That's what she did. That's what she told me. I mean, she's like, she told me she just couldn't stand to live there anymore. She was just, she just too afraid.
Al's back, and he knows stuff.
Any idea how long she's been living with her parents?
No.
And she told you about these break-ins. Did she tell you right after they happened, or is this just?
The first one, no. The first one was, I don't remember. It was a short time later, not much. The second one, I think I could talk to her the day after that. And, she was like freaking out. She was like, what am I going to do? She was crying. And I mean, she was not in a good frame of mind. I mean, she was just, you could tell she was really scared. You know much about it? I mean, was it something where home invasion, she was home, or was it No.
She was gone?
No. She means this, I remember saying, thankfully I wasn't here when it happened.
Okay. So she didn't get hurt or
No.
robbed or anything? Just
No.
the place was being eaten?
Correct.
How often did you talk to her?
It varied. I mean, it could be, sometimes it was once or twice a day. Other times it was once or twice a week.
Okay. And over the last 10 years?
Oh, it was on and off. I mean, there was quite a while where we didn't talk at all. It just, she was doing her own thing and I was doing mine. And, like I said, it wasn't anything that we just, that we had to talk to each other every day or anything like that.
Again, those descriptions are not how you describe a friendship. She would go do her thing and I would go do mine. Yeah, that's what friends do. They do their own thing. And would talk to her twice a day, twice a week. She's more than a good friend.
Was she married, have kids, anything like that?
She was not married, but she was pregnant.
Boyfriend?
Not one she spoke of.
Known her for 10 years. Knows she's pregnant. Boyfriend? Nah, I don't know. Not one she spoke of. Such a good friend. As he'll say later, she's a good friend and he keeps his friends close, but doesn't know anything about her.
Is she in trouble with any drugs or anything like that?
Not that I know of. drank a lot, or drank frequently. Wouldn't call her alcoholic, but drank frequently, but I'm not aware of any drug use.
Was she working?
As far as I know,
What did she do? Where did she work?
no idea.
She do drugs? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. She working? As far as I know. Where's she work? I don't know. Come on, man. I know where most people work within 20 minutes of meeting them, because that's what you talk about. You talk about where you work. What do you do for a living? He's known her for 10 years. Doesn't know what she does for a living. Talks to her twice a day. Later, you'll hear he talked to her while she was at work 2 days before this crime was committed. He talked to her while she was at work. When you talk to people at work, you ask them, "Yeah, how's work going? What are you doing at work today?" It's just Ken.
Some kind of parts supply place or something. Really.
It's like auto parts.
I don't know. I don't have any idea what kind of parts they were. I just remember saying something about having to ship out orders and stuff like that. So.
When was the last time you talked to her?
She called actually last night. She called me. Didn't leave a message. Or no, didn't leave a message. Yeah, she did. She left a message and said, "Hey, what's up? Give me a call when you can." Something like that.
So you just heard Ken's brain short circuit in real time. He was asked, "When's the last time you talked to her?" Now, keep in mind, this is 7 a.m., and this crime was committed the night before, and his phone log is going to show that she called him and he called her the night before. So when he says last night, he's talking to right before the crime was committed. He says, it was last night, and she called me, and did she leave a message? She left a message. Did she leave a message? She left, she left a message. He's having trouble keeping his story straight already. This is the first time they've really asked him critical details about his interaction with her in the hours preceding this, and he's already failed. He's already botched his story and can't keep it straight.
And I called her back sometime around 8 o'clock, 8:30, something like that. And I didn't get an answer from her.
Did you leave her voicemail or anything?
No.
Did she call you back?
No.
What was her mood or demeanor last time you talked to her?
Not normal. Usually she was a pretty happy, jovial person. She just, I don't know, said she was tired, wasn't feeling good, but it's uncharacteristic for her. Usually when we talk, she's just, bouncing off the walls. Yeah, this is going on and that's going on and yada, yada, yada. But it's been, and it's been like that for a few months now. When she talks, just something different about her. And, I guess I just chalked it up to, the stress of getting broken into and getting back with her parents or in her parents' house or whatever, and being pregnant. My wife was pregnant, many years ago. She was moody too, so I guess I just kind of let it go with that.
So the level of Ken's stupidity is on full display here. Ken thinks that he's the only person in the world that talks to Jen, that has contact with Jen, that can be a gauge of Jen's mood, and thinks that the detectives are only going to ask him about Jen's mood and her demeanor. What the detectives are going to find, and are finding out actually right now, because I believe they're speaking to the parents while this interview is going on, is that Jen was in a great mood. She was excited to have this baby. She was excited to have her new house. Even though she'd gotten broken into, she was still excited to have this house, doing well at her job, had good relationships and good friendships. She wasn't withdrawn. She wasn't reserved. She wasn't not normal for months. Ken's the only one saying this, and Ken has to say this because he just staged it to look like she committed suicide, and she's got to have a reason to commit suicide, and there's got to be indicators that she was heading towards suicide, and this is his feeble attempt to do that.
When was the last time you actually talked to her?
Yesterday. Well, it would have been the day before yesterday now, but
Today's now Wednesday.
it would have been,
During the day Tuesday?
no, it would have been, I think, Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, I chatted with her briefly on Monday.
She call you, you call her.
Don't remember. I think she called me, but I won't swear to that.
You know, during these times, you said her mood kind of changed. She mentioned anything specific that she's having problems with?
No, not really.
What about her health?
She never made mention of anything.
Okay. When's the last time you actually saw her in person?
It's been a while. Three weeks or so, maybe.
Okay. And what was the context there?
She was on her way back from somewhere. She was out with some of her friends, I guess, or something or other, and called to see if I was working, and I said, yeah. And she said, hey, let's see you for a minute. So we met, talked for a few minutes, and she went home.
Where was that at?
Where did we meet at? Home before. I think I met her out at the tire place on 46.
So Ken just admitted that he regularly meets with Jen in town while he's on duty, working, and met her at the tire place on 46. Well, that's a tire place out in the country, away from houses and things like that. So he's just admitting to doing what the police suspect him of doing on the night of this incident, which the family believes she was going to do, which is go meet Ken while he's working in his patrol car somewhere isolated in his jurisdiction. So he's just provided them with information that this is certainly within his MO, and it most likely happened this night here.
There's a tire shop out there, and I met her out there, just in a parking lot. Went kind of door to door, talking.
Was she with friends then?
No, okay.
At that time, did you notice anything different about her? I mean, was her appearance different?
No, appearance-wise, she looked normal. She seemed tired.
Ken's still trying to lay that foundation. She seemed different. She was tired. She was reserved.
How often did you guys see each other personally?
As far as like when I'm not working personally, or
Anytime.
in person?
Yeah, in person.
As of recently, I'd say maybe once, twice a month.
Okay.
Maybe 3 times a month.
What's recent? I mean,
Within the last few months or so.
And the reason why is because Jen was Ken's side chick. And until she got pregnant, I'm sure they saw each other a lot and hooked up a lot. And now, as of recently, which he referred to as the last 3 or 4 months, yeah, she's 5 to 8 months pregnant. She's of no use to him anymore as a side chick for sex. So he's seen a lot less of her. Not to mention, she's been kind of ramping up with Ken. Hey, I need to put your name on the birth certificate of this child. You're the father. And was actually starting to talk about maybe getting some financial assistance through friend of the court. So he's trying to distance himself from her for all of these reasons.
Do you notice any change in her?
No, I mean, like I said, she didn't seem the same person that I remembered her being. She seemed more stressed, tired all the time.
Not true. The family's friends stated otherwise.
Was that, I mean, when you guys saw each other, what did you do? What?
Talked for a few minutes.
Okay. Is it a lot of times when you're working? Was it personal time?
No, it's always when I was working.
Okay. Where did you normally see her at?
Usually just at a random parking lot,
Okay.
Somewhere in town.
And it was just to stop and chew the fat?
Basically, yeah.
That was just a flaw in the source video. I'm not sure what that gap and noise was.
Where was it in the city that she lived?
I don't know.
I mean, was it somewhere on the east side, west side?
I don't think it was on the east side.
Okay. And I guess what I'm getting at is, if she's calling you to see if she can meet to talk to you, was she coming from long distance, or did she have business over here where she'd stop by and talk to you?
She had a lot of friends scattered all over the place from what I understood. I never met any of her friends. She never showed up with any of her friends or anything like that.
2 things. Al just got a text and immediately got up and walked out. Rest assured, every time Al gets a text and walks out, they've uncovered more information that the detectives in the room need to know about. When I was a detective, there were several cases that were kind of fluid while we were still interviewing and interrogating people, and I would be getting text messages on my iPhone. This is pre-iPhone days here, but I would be getting text messages on an iPhone feeding me information, feeding me questions even to ask the suspect, because oftentimes the detective still working the scene had more information than I did going in. The other thing that's interesting too is Ken just says, I've never met any of her friends. Ask yourself, and I'm sure these detectives ask themselves, how many people have you known for 10 years that you don't know any of their friends? You've never met any of their friends. I mean, other than coworkers and stuff like that, but someone he considers a really good friend who he keeps close, and he's never met her friends. It's just, he's solidifying what the relationship really is without saying what it really is to these detectives through these statements.
So she lived fairly close, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know where she lived.
How do you know she lives fairly close, but you don't know where she lives?
What kind of car did she drive?
That one is her regular car. I didn't recognize it at the time.
Okay.
So Detective Petty, Trooper Petty asks him, what kind of car does she drive? And he says, that one. And then there's a pause. And that was the only question asked. But Ken follows up with, I didn't recognize it at the time. And you'll hear he goes on, I didn't recognize it at the time because I was busy focused on who was in it, not really paying attention to the car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
lot of those cars, and it, like I said, wasn't focusing on the vehicle per se. I was trying to look inside the vehicle. I was looking past most of the characteristics that would ordinarily stick out because I was busy focused on what was possibly inside or what could be inside. It didn't dawn on me until, like I said, started, putting pieces together, and then I was like, okay, yeah, this is her car.
Well, anytime you're coming up to a car at night and on a dirt road, you're not really paying attention to the car.
I'm not looking at...
You're looking to see what's inside so you don't get hurt.
Detective Petty does a nice thing there. Trooper Petty. Sorry, I keep calling him detective. He is a detective, but he's a trooper. He gives Ken an out. Ken just says something silly, but he gives Ken an out. I think maybe Trooper Petty felt that they were coming at him a little bit with some of the questions and kind of turning the screws maybe a bit too tight. Ken's answers are getting shorter and less. He's getting some amnesia, and I think Trooper Petty just wanted to be like, oh, hey, it's understandable that you didn't notice that this gold Pontiac Aztek with stickers on the back was your girlfriend of 10 years. Of course, you were busy focused on what's inside and not really paying attention to the exterior of the car. Why would you? It's a good move. Makes Ken feel like there's still just a couple cops talking and we know stuff and this is the way we do stuff. So it's a good move. I like it.
Any, obviously you don't know anything about drugs or you said she never mentioned anything about health. Did she ever make mention of being on any prescription meds, or was she seeing a therapist or anything like that?
Just going to her doctor's appointments for her pregnancy. But as far as like the psychologist or anything like that, not that I'm aware of.
Al's back. He knows more stuff. All of this note-taking's got to make Ken extremely nervous.
What did she tell you about the pregnancy?
Not a whole lot. When I see her, usually the first question is, hey, how you feeling? How's it going? Everything good with you and the baby? That kind of stuff. It's none of my business. So I didn't want to pry into her personal life that much. So I just, whatever she volunteered to tell me is what she told me, and usually it wasn't much.
So this good friend of yours for 10 years gets pregnant. You don't ask who the dad is. You don't ask if she's what the dad does for a living, whether he's going to help out, whether he's in the picture. Why would you ask questions of a good friend like that?
But everything seemed to be going okay with it?
As far as her health was, yeah.
What did she tell you about the baby's daddy?
She didn't. Never said anything about it. She said I wasn't aware that she was dating anybody, but,
Is that something she would have told you?
No, not really.
Trooper Petty. Do you think that's something she would have told you? Ken goes, not really. That is Trooper Petty's way of saying, this is ridiculous, Ken. Of course she would have told you that. But lie to me and tell me she didn't. Ken obliged, she lied. These long pauses after Ken says something ridiculous are just priceless. He has all the time in the world to think about his stupid answers.
How she seem about being pregnant? I mean, you said her health was good and all that kind of stuff, but
Whenever I would ask her, hey, how are things going, I pretty much got the answer. Baby's healthy and I'm doing good. And she kind of left it at that. Not typical for her. Like I said, she was usually a bubbly, outgoing person, talked all the time about anything and everything. And it just, I don't know, it just seemed different. She was just more reserved.
like you mentioned, your wife was pregnant one time and she got moved. It's hard to tell sometimes if gals are having a hard time, they got all those freaking hormones going and all that crap. And if it's not somebody that you see a lot of times, you may not notice the change as much.
Ladies, do not get upset with Trooper Petty. I kind of cringed when he said that too. Women, they got their hormones and all that crap. Just sounds a little insensitive. Trooper Petty has 2 daughters. He's a girl dad. I don't get any sense that he's misogynistic. I think what he's engaging in here is just a little bit of affirmation to Ken that, we believe you. We believe in what you're saying. That makes sense what you're saying. And just a little bit of locker room talk. Not in the sense of being racist or misogynistic or sexist or anything like that, but just some camaraderie, locker room talk, just to put him at ease. Don't forget, they've got to make Ken think that everything's okay, everything's going to be okay, or he might clam up and stop talking, and they certainly don't want to risk that.
Well, other than just an overall appearance of being down and tired, as just not her normal runabout self.
Was she taking care of herself though?
As far as I know.
Okay. I mean, you didn't see where she was neglecting herself or anything like that?
It appeared to me.
Okay.
You mentioned earlier, Ken, that she drank quite a bit. Was she still doing that while she was pregnant?
And not to my knowledge.
Okay, you think she changed that a little bit?
I would hope so, but I don't know.
Ken just went through a whole streak of, not to my knowledge, not that I'm aware of, as far as I know, I would hope not. I just, again, 10-year friend that you talk to twice a week and you consider a close friend, but you don't know anything about anything, do you, Ken?
She ran around a lot and had a lot of friends. You know some of her friends that might have some insight on how she was feeling, or?
I don't know any. I mean, all I know is her. I don't know any of her, her associates or friends or anything like that. Whenever she would stop out to see me, she never brought anybody with her.
So you've never met any friends of hers?
Al's suspicious. Al doesn't ask a lot of questions, but when he does, they're good questions.
Because I guess I can't say never, because when she was frequenting the back street, there were people
in there.
Well, she was friendly with the wait staff, but.
Said she moved in with her parents. I'm assuming they're both alive. Do you know if she had brothers or sisters? She ever mentioned being close to anybody like that?
I think she had a sister.
Older, younger?
just remembering a sister?
I think the way it sounded, she was pretty close to her.
Okay, Ken, you were asked if she has any siblings, any brothers or sisters, and you said, I think she has a sister. And then 30 seconds later, you're asked if she was close to her sister, and you goes, well, it sounds like she was really close to her sister. If you know that she was really close to her sister, then you know she has a sister. Your answer isn't, I think she has a sister. Just more distancing language from Ken, trying to make it... It's funny. He tries to make it sound like they don't have much of a relationship, and they're not that close. But at the same time saying, well, I've known her for 10 years, and she's a good friend. Odd.
I guess I'm trying to figure out what would cause her to do this. I mean, it sounds like she was a pretty happy person. Sounds like she was comfortable with the pregnancy, and sounds like she was employed. You didn't notice any big changes in her. Any thoughts on that?
No.
Oh, Ken. The detective says, he kind of kicks back a little bit, takes a deep breath, and exasperatedly says, Ken, I'm just trying to figure out why she would do this. You know, we've been talking for an hour now, and she's a happy person. She's got a job. She's got friends. She's excited about her pregnancy. She's healthy. Got any thoughts on why she would do this? Ken's response, no. That's it. No.
I mean, when I read the suicide note, it seemed to me that there was more there that she was letting on. At least, when she would talk to me, it just seemed like there was more that she was dealing with than what she told me.
Do you remember what she was talking about in the suicide note? Some of the things that she was talking about? I don't have it here in front of me.
They talked about the robberies. They talked about the pregnancy. They talked about being sorry. I can't recite it for you, but they talked about being a failure and something about lying to people.
So in this suicide note that Ken wrote, mind you, the suicide note was typed. I didn't mention that earlier. Not handwritten, typed. And when the family found out about that, they said, well, that's just ridiculous, because Jen would have written a suicide note in gel pens in 30 different colors, and each one of us would have gotten one personalized to us if she were ever to commit suicide or consider that. So a typed suicide note is just ridiculous, and it just shows the level of Ken's stupidity. He's a cop. He knows a typed suicide note is just useless and suspicious. But the narrative of the suicide note was that she was so stressed out and couldn't go on living anymore because she was scared of the robbery, scared of having the baby, and that she had lied to everybody about who the father of the baby was. And that it was actually this guy named Chris, but she doesn't know where Chris is now or anything about Chris. And she'd just been lying, saying that the baby is somebody else's, Ken. So this is his cover story for in case people start probing into who the father is, and on the off chance that Jen has told anybody who the father is, the suicide note is, I lied about that. It's unbelievable.
What would she be lying about?
I don't know.
Al got another text, and he's gone.
I remember it said something in the note about, the pregnancy, and I think the name was Chris. Does that ring a bell?
I mean, I think I do remember seeing something in there about that.
Okay. Does that name mean anything to you?
I think Al just learned that the family said that Ken was the father, that Jen told them that Ken was the father. Because they're going to confront him soon about that.
And, the obvious question is, did you have a relationship with her? Or is this just something where you guys were just friends?
A physical relationship, no.
Okay.
Kudos to Trooper Petty. Almost 1 hour into this interview, where there's really just one issue at hand here. What is your relationship with her, and are you the father? And he didn't lead with that. He didn't start with that. And he's gotten a lot of useful information that's going to be used against Ken. A lot of lies told that he'll be able to confront Ken with later and confront Ken with in court. And hasn't turned the screws on him right from the get, which might cause Ken to lawyer up and get out of there, which is, quite frankly, what he should have done in the first place. But did you have a relationship with her, physical, sexual relationship with her? Ken answers no. And I like how he states, well, Ken, the obvious question is, did you have a relationship with her? Letting Ken know that the situation, Ken, is so obvious. So go ahead and lie to me, Ken.
You mentioned your wife. Are you currently married now? Okay.
Yeah, Ken's married with a 11-year-old boy, and I do have great sympathy for Ken's wife and his 11-year-old son at the time. They didn't ask for this.
I got it.
They're just redacting where Trooper Petty's talking about his family. Nobody needs to know the details of that.
This guy, I actually have two of my neighbors that are close friends of mine that both have daughters.
Yeah.
That are like, if what Dad doesn't see, Uncle Kenny will, so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't think anybody needs Uncle Kenny looking after their kids.
When you talked to her, well, the phone calls Monday, did you say 8, Monday night?
No, it was during the afternoon.
Okay, but you guys never talked to each other, it was just trading phone calls?
Well, what are you talking about?
I guess I'm not clear, that's what I'm
The
asking.
last time, well, Al asked when the last time I actually talked to her, where I spoke to her.
Okay,
I believe
That was Monday.
I believe it was Monday, and it was Monday afternoon. Yesterday, she called and left me a message. Hey, what's up? I'm passing through. If you got time to stop, something along those lines. I called her back a few minutes later. Hey, what's going on? She didn't answer. Just to say, hey, what was going on? But she didn't answer the phone.
Ken just tripped himself up again. So earlier he had told the detectives that they never spoke leading up to her committing suicide, that she had called him and left a message around 8:30, and that he had called her back and she didn't answer and he didn't leave a message, figuring that she would see he called and the call log and call back. Well, now he slipped. So we all know what this phone call really was. This phone call was he had arranged to meet up with her that night. She had called to say, okay, I'm in town. I'm at the spot you told me to meet you. And he called her back to say, okay, I'm on the way. That's what really happened. But he can't admit to that. Can't admit to meeting up with her. So he's pretending that it was just phone tag. But what he says here is she called me to say, left me a message saying, hey, I'm just passing through. What's up? And I called her back and said, hey, what's going on? You know, where are you at? I mean to say, hey, what's going on? But, you know, she didn't answer. So he tripped up as he did earlier, couldn't keep his lies straight, and actually said what happened.
Okay, that's what I was confused on. But she never called you back.
And like I said, I mean, I was just going to send her a hey back, hey, what's going on? But she didn't answer the phone, and I didn't bother to leave a message. I figured, caller ID nowadays, she would know that I called. And if she had time, she'd call me back, but I never heard from her.
And he realized he screwed up, so he's over-explaining that whole situation now.
All right. What did you guys talk about on Monday when you saw her or talked to her?
Just chit-chat. I mean, hey, what's happening? Because I think Monday was my late day. I worked Monday night, but I didn't go until 10. She asked what I was doing, and I said that, just get ready to take my kid to football practice, get him ready, go on to practice.
Did she tell you what she was doing that day, or make any mention about how she was feeling or anything like that?
No, I mean, she said she was at work, but other than that,
Unusual?
no. I mean, it wasn't a very long conversation, a couple minutes maybe.
She never talked about a boyfriend or anything?
If you're ever being interrogated or interviewed by the police and they ask you a question 2, 3, 4 times, not in a row, not jackhammering you with the question, but over the course of an hour, ask you the same question 3 or 4 times, it's a key issue. And it's something that they are checking to see if that's what you really meant, if you're lying, if you're going to keep that story straight, which is why they ask it 3 or 4 times. Yeah, they're giving you 3 or 4 chances to change your story, qualify your story, amend your story, whatever. They've asked Ken no fewer than 3, maybe 4 times now. Did she have a boyfriend? Who's the baby daddy? Did she tell you who the baby daddy was? Ken's just not cluing into the fact that that's obviously a very important issue and it's a key issue, and you'd better come up with a different answer than the one you're giving, because we're not satisfied with it, which is why we keep asking.
Was she friends with anybody else here at the department?
At one time, she was friends with Kevin, but I don't think they... Kevin Kratz.
You gotta help me out.
Kevin Kratz, he's a sergeant now. Like I say, at one time, way back when I first met her, Kevin and I would occasionally go into Fact Street together to perform our bar checks and whatnot. So she gave me, I would say she knows him, but whether they stayed in contact or not, I don't know.
Al's back. I believe that's the 4th time Al's left the room.
I was a little bit confused, Al. I wanted to clarify that for some reason I got the Monday-Tuesday mixed up. He actually talked to her last on Monday, but Tuesdays was just messages back and forth. They never really talked to each other in person. Yeah, on the phone.
Oh, okay. So,
I was just a little confused on that.
I feel like Al's a cage tiger. He's just waiting to strike. He's got so much information, so many questions right now, but he's being respectful of Trooper Petty.
All right. Well, just going back over things. Anything that I left out we should cover?
Not really.
Now, did you do a report yet, or do you need to do a report yet, or?
My report's done.
Okay.
This is the golden moment that shines for these detectives. This is why they get 5 gold stars, a trophy, and are on my favorite list of detectives, what they do right here. We are exactly an hour and 1 minute in of what is actually a 2 hour and 39 minute interview interrogation. Trooper Petty starts cycling through his notes. He's doing, one of these things where he's like, okay, just looking through the notes, just seeing, is there anything else I need to know? Is there anything else maybe you should tell me? Just we're wrapping this up. You wrote your report, so you're done with your report. You turn that in, okay, and just he's leading it all up to we're done here. And Ken's got to be thinking to himself, I survived. I did it. It's, I made it through this questioning. I answered all the questions. They aren't suspicious of me. They're not accusing me of anything, and I'm out of here. But they're not done. Spoiler alert. This false sense of security that he's giving Ken right now is so rich, and they're about to turn the screws on Ken. Ken's already planning where he's going for breakfast.
Now, who's going to handle all the evidence and all that stuff? Is it all Sean now?
I presume so, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, still just wrapping up.
So you're done with it?
You're done. We're done. We're all set, Ken. Al even pulls back a little bit like he's going to get up.
One of my concerns is obviously we got to talk to you and Tim because it was brought up that you knew this gal. And I've got some questions.
Ken's heart had to sink right there. Trooper Petty leans back and says, well, Ken, I've got some questions. And Ken's probably thinking, what the hell was the last hour and 2 minutes? So Trooper Petty's letting him know that, yeah, we're past all the preliminaries and the niceties now. But based on what you've told me, I've got some questions. So this is where the heat starts getting applied.
When you come up and you see the vehicle and stuff, and there's a lot of vehicles like that, I guess. I understand that. Sounds like you knew her pretty well. I mean, well enough to recognize her. And it just, you hear the plate, you get the note out, you see the name on it, and then you see her ID. What were you thinking? What was going through your head?
Well, as I'm starting to hear all of this stuff, I'm going, the first thing that went through my head is, can't be. And as I'm doing that, I'm going through her bill folder or whatever it was. There's her ID, and I'm like, oh, shit, it is. So,
How did you not recognize her when you first walked up?
I guess that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
well, given
I love Al. He's not beating around the bush. How did you not recognize her when you walked up? Al's great.
the position that she was in, and it was, that's the hard part, is she was laying on her back, but the way her head was twisted, it just, and when I saw the body, I went, okay, body, I go into work mode. Anybody else around? Is there anybody else in the car? Start looking around. No? Okay, everything's good. got a body to him, and he came over and took a look. Until I started going around doing all this other stuff, the pieces started falling in line. I said, she's got a bunch of stickers on the back of her car. I didn't see those at the time I first pulled up on the car.
The contacts you had with her, is that the vehicle she normally drove?
Usually.
Does she have any other vehicle?
I don't know.
Are you aware of any other vehicles?
When I've seen her, it's always been in that one.
It's always been in that vehicle when you've seen it, okay. You say stickers on the car, what?
Like on the back, just...
Oh, like bumper stickers and
Yeah.
stuff displayed on? Okay.
Several good points made here by Al, and Al's not messing around. He's had enough. He just wants to get in there and get his fingers dirty. He asks her, well, you didn't recognize her. You didn't recognize the car. Has she ever been in a different car? No, that's the car she's always had. Oh, okay. So it just doesn't make any sense. And now he's calling him out on the stickers on the back of the car, basically saying, you not only should have known it was her, your friend of 10 years, you should have known it was the car.
But like I said, it's like I told him, I said, when I pulled up on the car, I was looking inside for bodies. I wasn't looking at the outside of the car for decorations.
And I forgot what I was going to say on that last part. I made a little note. He had said, as soon as I saw the body, not Jen, not her, not the victim, but as soon as I saw the body, I just went into work mode. So here he is using some sort of mode again. Ken, you'd been at work for 4 hours already that day. You weren't already in work mode? It took a body for you to get into work mode? Ken wants us to believe that he didn't do his job very well because he was trying to do his job so well. Does make sense.
And the stuff that she was wearing tonight, is that typical of what she'd wear when you saw her?
Yeah, it looked like
Nothing unusual?
No.
That just doesn't sit right with me either.
And that statement right there from Trooper Petty marks another transition in this interview and interrogation. That is the first time that Ken has heard either one of these detectives basically say, what you're saying doesn't make sense and we don't believe you, without saying those words. But it's clear to Ken. And let me tell you this, no adult likes to hear what you're saying doesn't make sense and I don't believe you, let alone a police officer being interviewed and interrogated by other police officers. Ken's heart rate just went up a little bit and he's sweating a little bit right now.
I don't mean to sound like an ass. I'm just thinking, how would you not recognize her? It's just odd.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of go into cop mode at that point. It's
just go into cop mode. Go into cop mode. Weren't you in cop mode when you put your uniform on at 6 p.m. that night when you went on duty? Go into cop mode. Ken apparently has different modes. There's work mode, there's cop mode. There was another mode earlier that he went into. I don't know. I was a police officer for 20 years. I didn't have different modes.
okay, what do I got to do? Start running through your head. What are the things that need to be done? Once I walked up, I saw that there was a body there. I took, a quick flashlight, went like that. Tim, we got a body, and he came over, checked it. I backed away. We started doing our thing. He got on the phone with Sean right away and started doing our thing. I mean, once we started going around the car and, pieces started to fall into place, it was like, I'm thinking to myself, it can't be. It can't be. And
That's such a phony acting. Ken wants us to believe that he was at the scene saying to himself, it can't be. It can't be. Ken.
I know what you're saying. I mean,
But you got a good enough look at her to see that her chest wasn't rising and falling, that her lips were blue.
Right. I said, I mean, that's not a position that I ever see her in. That's not how, I mean, when I see her, she's got her hair done, you know, I mean, all of that, you know. I don't see her in a disheveled state, so.
Don't see her in a disheveled state. So somehow her appearance changed so drastically by having an extension cord around her neck and being placed on the ground near her car that now she's unrecognizable. Wasn't like somebody hit her in the face with a shovel or bludgeoned her or stabbed her, or she was covered in blood or mud or dirt, or certainly she'd only been dead for maybe an hour tops, half an hour maybe. So certainly no decomp or lividity or bloating, but unrecognizable to Ken, despite the fact that her vehicle is so recognizable, and a suicide note says Jen. And
What's going on with your eye there? I'm not going to get pink eye, am I?
No. I was wrestling. I got a pup at home that's about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years old. I was wrestling around with her, and she got me with one of her claws.
So Ken has, I believe it's on his right eye, which is interesting. Ken has this part of his eye is all scratched up, and it's red, and it's watering, and it's swollen. And later you'll learn that Ken has, I think, scratches all over his right arm. Later you're going to learn too, well, you won't learn in this video. When they searched Ken's patrol car after this incident, they found a book on chokeholds. Yes, a book on chokeholds holds on the front seat of his car. And apparently Ken was known for his chokeholds in subduing suspects and prisoners. So Ken probably had her in a chokehold to kill her, and she probably reached up with a free arm, which would have been her right arm, and clawed at his eyes, clawed at his arm in an attempt to defend herself. And again, very clever of these detectives. They probably noticed his eye within 1 minute of him walking in the room. They haven't said anything about it till over an hour in. They don't want to put pressure on him. They don't want to turn the heat up on him. They need to get some information first, and then they're, you know, this is all part of the screws tightening.
What kind of dog you got?
She's a Catahoula Bulldog.
What the hell is that?
What? It's called a Catahoula Bulldog. It's a cross between she's a Catahoula Bulldog.
What the hell is that?
What? It's called a Catahoula Bulldog. It's a cross between a descendant of, a distant descendant of the Bull Mastiff.
Okay.
They originally brought him in Louisiana for hunting, and somehow or other they decided to crossbreed him with an American Bulldog, and that's what I ended up with.
So that's a pretty good sized dog.
She's not. I think she's only about 50 pounds.
Well, is she mature though?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But she's got lots of energy, and, we were playing and wrestling around, and she got me.
How long ago?
Huh?
How long ago that happened?
Just forward today.
Oh, okay.
What'd you call that dog again?
A Catahoula Bulldog.
Catahoula?
Yeah, saying it's Catahulla.
Never
Got her
heard
to
of-
pound.
Oh, yeah.
Got her to pound. Yeah. And then my other one, my older one, he don't like to play too much anymore. He just stands around and barks when we're playing. He's getting old.
I mean, that looks pretty rad. Did you get it checked or?
No, I just said it happened just before work.
I need to have a workman's comp claim.
Nah.
And you say just before work, you worked 6P to 6A today?
I left my house right around 5. I usually leave about an hour early.
What did your wife say?
She was still at work. She doesn't even know.
Is he rough with your boy too? Or is she rough with your boy?
No, actually not. She behaves around him. She likes, I've trained her well, but I like to play with her because I like for her to burn off the energy.
That's why I like big dogs. I mean, those little ones I got no use for.
Yeah, I've got her, she's running about 50 pounds, 50, 55, and then I got another one that's running 8 pounds, so.
Does it bother me at all?
The eye tears up every once in a while.
What, is your wife probably left for work?
Time is it?
8.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to have her worried.
She knows I told her I was here.
Okay.
Trooper Petty's not worried that his wife is concerned about where Ken is. All of those questions about the dog, Trooper Petty's doing a great job here. He's wrapping up all of this casual dog talk, and I like big dogs, and I don't have any room for little dogs talk. They're pinning him down. He's obviously got this eye injury that's suspicious, and he just happened to get this eye injury from a dog before he came into work. And in the narrow time frame of after his son left for practice, but before he came to work, and his wife wasn't home yet. And Trooper Petty's just trying to confirm where his wife is right now, because somebody's going to call her. It might be Al. Al might leave the room here in a minute and call her, but they're going to try and not pin her down. She's not related to this at all, but get a story from her and see if she knows about this eye injury and confirm that he didn't have this prior to coming in. Just real subtle getting information, but wrapped up in just some, bunch of dudes talking about dogs.
What's your boy do during the day?
Sleep.
Is he old enough to stay at home?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He's 11.
Is he home today when you're wrestling around with the dog?
No, he left for practice. I couldn't go to practice today. I'm a coach.
Right, it's football season already.
That's right. So one of my neighbors is also a coach. His kid also plays. So he swung by and grabbed my boy, and then went to practice because I can't be there because I got to work.
Yeah, what a shame. Ken doesn't have anybody who witnessed this mysterious dog eye injury before he came into work.
When you light up a car, you use both your spotlights, or you just use one? And what do you guys have? Do you have alley lights and you got white ones on top, or what do you got?
Yeah, there's white alley lights, and then there's white takedown lights, and then the red and blues.
Okay. So do you have the takedown lights on too? Just a spot?
Okay.
No
Just a
other
headlight,
overhead?
just a headlight
Lights
and
in
a
the spot? Okay.
And again, none of these questions are for no reason. Every single question that Trooper Petty asks is for a reason. I'm willing to bet that they knew before they came in here, or Al found out and came back in, that Ken's partner, Tim, who arrived on the scene shortly after he staged this suicide, is telling them, yeah, when I drove up there, that car wasn't lit up. Nobody had a spotlight on. All I saw was Ken turning around at the end of the street, and then he flipped his spotlight on. So these detectives are locking him into this story of, oh yeah, I lit it up with my spotlight, and then I looped around. Tim's telling him differently right now, I guarantee it.
What about Tim?
There.
Yeah, it was just headlights and spotlight too.
And coming up to this, you were on patrol doing property checks up there. Did you have any calls, make any traffic stops?
I think I had two calls before
Al just got some texts.
all this went down. 1 or 2 calls. And no, I didn't make any traffic stops.
Watch Al's body language every time he gets a text and every time he comes back in the room after leaving after getting a text. These two guys know Ken. And as Trooper Petty said earlier, don't have any unfavorable opinion of him. He's got a good reputation in the community. And they're in a tough spot, man. They're investigating one of their own, and they keep getting information, more and more information throughout this interrogation, that he did it. And Al gets a text, and then he just starts rubbing his head like this, or he'll start rubbing his hands like this every time he gets a text. And when he comes back in to the room, he'll be writing furiously because he just got some information. Now he wants to write it down because his notepad's in here, and he'll do more of this. And the stress is starting to show on Al. He's very uncomfortable.
Was this something you pulled reports on?
No.
Was it dispatch stuff? I mean, dispatch calls?
Yeah.
You remember what they were and where?
No, it's on my daily.
Notice how short Ken's answers are.
What's your call sign?
604. One of them was, I do remember one of them was a stray dog on the highway that appeared injured.
As the screws tighten on Ken, his answers get shorter and shorter and shorter. He doesn't want to talk anymore.
There's people running around.
Sean, and then occasionally up there on the other end, there's seen coyotes too. But that kind of straight in the Crow Island State Game area.
There's lots of deer up there.
Are there?
Now, when you guys have contact with anybody, whether it be a traffic stop or, somebody flags you down, is that stuff that you guys put on the daily, all your contacts?
Yeah, it's supposed to.
Okay. And how do you guys, and I'm asking because things have changed since I worked down here. Is it all MDT stuff now, or do you get stuff by radio? Okay, you get both?
If you get a radio call, it'll come across the radio and it'll pop up on your screen. If you generate a traffic stop, you can generate the stop directly to the computer, or you can call the stop and have Central do it for you.
Okay. And how do you usually do it?
My traffic stops?
Yeah.
Usually I just punch them into the computer unless I get an inky feeling about something, or if I don't, if I get, somebody's getting out of the car on me right away or something like that, I'll call it in. But usually I'll just type it in the computer.
So these questions are because it's awful suspicious that Ken comes upon an abandoned car with nobody in it in the middle of nowhere at 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night, whenever this was, out in a desolate area, and he doesn't call it in. When I worked road patrol, if you came upon a suspicious vehicle, you called it out immediately. You called your location, the vehicle description, and a plate if you had the plate, because you don't know what's in that car. You don't know what's waiting for you. And the last thing you want to do is come upon something and find yourself in trouble, and your fellow officers don't know where you're at. So extremely bad police work, not to standard operating procedure, not to protocol, to not call this car out. And the only time anybody else knows about it is when you happen to get caught turning around and reapproaching the vehicle from a better angle, as Ken said. The reason that Trooper Petty was asking these questions is it is possible to put yourself out on a traffic stop or on an incident by just typing it into the computer and hitting send, and it'll pop up in dispatch and they'll see that you're on it. But that's usually a traffic stop, and that information will contain your location and the plate number, just to let dispatch know, so you're not tying up the radio all night with traffic stops and traffic stops. But a suspicious vehicle that you don't know what's going on, that goes over the radio. And Ken didn't do
Is
that.
that to run somebody, or you just do your stop on that?
That's how you initiate it by, you put in the location and the plate, and it generates a call for you.
Okay.
And then you obviously have to switch to a different screen to actually run the plate. Well, I should say to view the information, because once you run the plate, when you put in the stop location in the plate, it automatically runs through Lean that plate and gives you the registered owner.
Right. Got it.
But it also generates the call.
Okay.
So that everybody else on the county or on the screen and Central can see that you're on the stop.
Okay. And does that also, I know we're going to be going to this finally, does that also do your daily for you?
No.
Your daily is a hand jam?
Yep.
Okay.
Trooper Petty. It's a hand jam.
Be nice to go.
Hand jam. It's funny
It
term.
sounds good, but we've got a few troops that are doing it, and it's kind of, it's like anything. You gotta work out the bugs.
It's funny in policing. A lot of the sayings colloquialisms are unique to certain departments, and hand jam is one I've never heard before. I like this trooper. Poor Al. He's looking more stressed out by the minute.
So when you came up on this vehicle, did you call it out, or did you run the plate and MDT? What did you do?
When I pulled up, I flashed the vehicle with my spotlight. I didn't see any movement inside the vehicle. So at that point I figured either somebody's out walking around or the vehicle's abandoned. So
All the more reason to call it out. You've got an abandoned vehicle with nobody in it, parked in a place where there shouldn't be any cars parked. And Ken just said it. There might be somebody out walking around. So you're just gonna investigate that without letting anybody know where you're at.
I spun around, came back, and I hit the spotlight on it again from a different angle. Tim pulled up. He hit the spotlight. We got out of the car, walk up, do our thing. He called out that we were with the vehicle, and then he called out that we had a 49.
So his partner, Tim, does the right thing, which I'm up here with this suspicious vehicle, and Ken just happens to be up here. Tim didn't know anything at the time. All Tim knew was, here's a car parked up here, and here's Ken, hitting it with a spotlight. Well, Tim does what Ken should have done earlier, which is call out that you're out with this vehicle. So Ken's kind of like displaying that he should have done this because Tim did. We could talk about Tim for a second too. I'd love to see, if anybody knows, put it in the comments below. I would love to see Tim's interview by these detectives. I saw snippets of his testimony. The trial wasn't on court TV or wasn't recorded. There were just snippets on the local news station up there. But I did see a snippet of Tim's testimony where he said that when he got there, Ken came out of his car sweaty and breathing heavy and just not normal for being on patrol and, just driving around. And can you imagine bit by bit as the night went on, starting with, I know this girl, and then being adjacent to the investigation and being around the detective and then being around these troopers and then being asked questions and then finding out, for all we know, it was Tim that went and did that death notification to the family with Shaw and the detective. And then finding out that, she was supposed to go meet Ken because he's the father of the baby. I mean, I can't imagine having worked in law enforcement for 20 years, being in this position where this person that you're working with and have worked with for 10, 11 years it just bit by bit, it's starting to look like he just murdered somebody on duty in your jurisdiction. I can't. Mind blowing. Poor Tim.
So you had one or two dispatch calls around that time, just prior
to, yeah.
But no traffic stops, right?
No.
Remember doing any property checks, any specific ones?
I was all over the place. I did property checks. I did property check at Robin Glen. I did property checks up on the Wolf Road area, Wolf and Sawyer, up Business District, North 81, Trucking District. We got the information that they were, stealing truck batteries out of the semis. So kind of playing extra patrol up there. I was in the South Number Streets for a while.
Okay, you're just sinking yourself, Ken. We had information that they were stealing truck batteries out of semis up there, so extra patrol in the area. Well, you come upon an empty minivan, essentially SUV, parked nearby. I'd be concerned that that's the people stealing batteries, and maybe they've parked far away so they don't get seen on camera, or their headlights don't light anything up, and they're going up and stealing the batteries and bringing them back down to the van. I mean, and if you get a chance, just rewind it about 20 seconds and watch Al. Whenever Ken is lying or Ken is just saying things that are just not in his favor, Al has these visceral physical responses. Al went from sitting back to leaning forward. He had his head in his hands for a minute, and then he's rubbing his hands again. Look no further than Al to see the discomfort in this room.
I get into an area and I drive around for a little bit, and if I don't see anything that draws my attention, I log in as property check and move on to the next area.
Yeah. When was the last contact you had with other officers?
Probably 7:45, 8 o'clock. Somewhere in there. Sarah.
It's a good timeline question by Trooper Petty. When was the last time you had any contact with officers? Because he's just asked previously in the last 20 minutes, did you make any traffic stops? Did you go into any businesses? Did you encounter any residents or civilians or anybody? No. Okay, so he's got all this time that's unaccounted for that nobody can also vouch for him where he was, and he has no proof of where he was. But now he's got him nailed in. Okay, the last time I talked with a coworker was 7:45, 8 o'clock, and then he goes radio silent till this incident occurs. So now they've got him boxed into a certain time frame, which combined with the medical examiner's investigation of the body, which will reveal like a body temperature, and they can extrapolate from the body temperature of the body and the ambient temperature in the air. They can use science and stuff and figure out, okay, she must have died between this time and this time based on the ambient temperature of the air and how long it would take her body to cool down to the temperature in which we found her, which all of just is going to fall in between, 8:30 and 9:30, which is when Ken just disappeared. No one knew where he was. Nobody saw him. Nobody can vouch for him.
Well, Sarah and I were here.
The screws are getting tightened.
Had a bite of lunch.
You ate lunch here?
Yeah. We were over in the fire department. And she and I went in together and got a pizza and some breadsticks, and we were sitting over at the fire department meeting.
Al's got some incoming info. I bet he gets up this time.
Is that when you had the voicemails going back, or the calls going back and forth between you and Jenny?
I think it was after that. When I left here, that's when I had the voicemail from her, or right around there.
And where were you going when you left here?
Driving. No, I didn't have any specific place to go.
So you hadn't talked to any other officers after that? And you only had the 2 dispatch calls, right?
I believe so.
But no traffic stops? Okay. So fill me in on those 3 hours.
Just, I said,
Right, good question. So Trooper Petty has now put together a timeline, which is at the earliest, the earliest point where he was never seen or talked to again by anybody. The earliest was 7:30 by Ken's own recollection. Ken was like 7:30, 7:45, something like that. And then Ken says it was a little while after that I talked to, or that I got a phone call from Jen and I messaged her back. So, and then I believe all of this was discovered at like 10:30. So that's why he's saying 3 hours, 7:30 to 10:30. And he's saying, and Ken gets a little snippy in his answer. Ken's like, "What do you mean? I just told you." When Trooper Petty says, "So explain to me what happened in those 3 hours. There's nothing on your log. No one saw you. No one heard from you. No one could get a hold of you. Explain yourself." This is one of the first big screw tightenings that's gone on, where they're really putting him in a situation where he's got to come up with something better than what he's saying. And Ken gets a little snippy.
spent my time driving around. I mean, I was in and out of neighborhoods, checking businesses. I had those, I think it was 2, I don't remember what the second one was, 1 or 2 radio calls. Came back here for 30 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. And ate with Sarah, and then took back out, just.
See, he can't account for those 3 hours. So what he actually just did is he accounted for the time before he disappeared. So yeah, I took a couple of radio calls. They're on my log. You can get the radio traffic off of that. And then I had dinner with Sarah. That's not what Trooper Petty's talking about. Trooper Petty's asking about when you left the station at 7:30, which is what you said, around 7:30, till 10:30 when you discovered this suicide scene. What were you doing? He didn't answer that.
Stop hunting around, if I saw something to stop, go looking for something to do.
Saginaw still do radio checks?
Yep.
How often they do those?
I couldn't tell you. Sometimes it seems like they're doing 4 an hour, and sometimes they're not doing them for 4 hours, so.
Okay.
So what a radio check is dispatch will call your call sign. So when I was working where I worked, our call sign was a 2-digit number starting with 5. So 51, 52, 53, whatever, depending on what district you were working. So dispatch would just randomly, they've got a notepad in front of them with everyone's call sign on it, the 4, 5, 6 cars, whatever, working that night. And they'll just say, Oak Park 5-1, radio check. And you get back on the radio and say, "I'm clear. I hear you loud and clear." Just say something. That way they just know you're okay. It's a way for commanders to know you're not sleeping in your car or doing something you're not supposed to be doing. And it's a way for dispatch just to check on everybody and make sure nobody's gotten into some trouble that they didn't have a chance to call on the radio for or something like that. So that's what a radio check is.
Were they radio checking you tonight?
And they were radio checking him for an hour and a half and they couldn't get a hold of him.
They truly check your status on the radio. They don't do it over MDS.
Yes.
Okay.
What's great about this trooper is he's already got the information that Ken didn't respond to the radio for an hour and a half. But he's not going to bust that out yet. He's going to just lock Ken into, were they doing radio checks? How often do they do them? And just leave it at that. they're waiting to do an evidence dump on him more at the end, which is smart strategy. If Ken feels the heat a little too soon, he might walk out, or might clam up, or might suddenly get like some sort of amnesia where he can't remember anything about anything. So this is good tactics by Trooper Petty. Someone in the hallway yelling for Al.
How often were they checking tonight?
It seemed more sporadic.
Ken's going to say it was more sporadic, so he can account for not hearing.
If you tie yourself up on something, if you create a call or
If they know you're on call.
dispatch a call or some, well, but then once you clear that call, if you're in line for a radio check, they'll skip you. And they'll do you the next time around because, well, they just had contact. They knew you were okay because, of your activity in the computer, so.
Let's watch what Al does when he sits down. I'm sure he just got some more info that he... Surprising to hear.
Before I forget, that note that you found, was that protected for prints?
I love Trooper Petty. Oh, by the way, that suicide note you found, just like a casual. Oh, hey, by the way, little small detail here, and let's check out Ken's answer. So, obviously, a suicide note, it's important to preserve it for fingerprints. And you can get fingerprints off of paper, believe it or not. There's this chemical spray that's called ninhydrin that you spray on paper, and it bonds with the oils in a fingerprint, and it turns them purple. And then you take a photograph of that, and then you've got a copy of the print. I actually solved a breaking and entering case. We had a string of break-in enterings in the north end of our town and the neighboring town, like 20, 30 of them. They could never catch who did it. They were using cinder blocks, throwing them through front windows of stores and going in and stealing the money out of the cash register, trying to get the safes, stealing merchandise, stuff like that. And the criminal in our case had ripped open an envelope that he found in the cash register, ripped open the end of it and threw the end of it away and looked inside the envelope to see if there was any cash in there. It was just checks. But I sprayed the end of the envelope with ninhydrin, and I got a thumbprint and a forefinger print, index fingerprint, because he tore it like this. So he used these two fingers to tear it. And he'd been arrested before for stuff, so his fingerprints were on file in the system when they put them in, and he ended up confessing. So it was, but I sprayed it with ninhydrin. That's how we got the prints. But obviously, it's important, the suicide note, to know who touched it. Obviously, if her fingerprints are all over it and her fingerprints are the only one on it, might be a legit suicide note. If her fingerprints aren't on it at all and no one's are, that's suspicious. Why would she wear gloves? Why would her fingerprints not be on it? And obviously, if somebody else's, like Ken's, are on it. And you watch Ken. Ken's gonna give us a reason why his prints are on there.
As far as I may have touched it, a corner of it.
I might have touched it. Oh, Ken. So everybody knows, police officers, we wear gloves. We have, latex or some sort of nylon gloves on our duty belt or in our pocket at all times for, bloodborne pathogens, contamination scenes, but certainly when we're handling evidence, because DNA and fingerprint evidence are crucial pieces of evidence when you're dealing with guns and contraband and a suicide note. So Ken has this cockamamie story coming up.
When I picked it up and handed it to Sean, I don't know if I had gloves on.
picked it up from,
The car.
oh, you said you had it on the hood of the car?
Yeah, I'd taken it out of her purse, or off the top of her purse, unfolded it, and laid it on the hood of the car.
No, when you got her purse out and stuff, would you have had gloves on then?
Yeah, I had gloves on then,
Okay,
but when I took it to Sean, I don't think I had gloves on.
okay.
Al's over it. Al just can't help himself anymore. He's just like, Ken, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So you had gloves on when you handled the evidence, when you took it out of the car. You were smart enough to do that. But then when you picked it up again to hand it to the detective, you just said, I don't need gloves anymore. Ridiculous.
Did anybody else handle it? Did Tim handle it at all? He touched the note?
I want to say yes, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I think he might have.
All right.
Anybody else touch it that you know of?
I have no idea.
It's got to unnerve Ken that he gives like a 2-word answer to something, and Trooper Petty writes like a 3-page novel. You know, hey, did you have gloves on when you touched when you had the note? No, I don't think so. And then there's a pause of 20 seconds while Trooper Petty writes a book. You know, he's clearly not just writing, didn't have gloves on. And that's one thing these detectives do that's great. There's so much dead time. I think if you sped this video up and got rid of all of the dead time and just had a normal like 1-2 second gap after everybody spoke, this 2.5 hour long video might be 45 minutes. There's so much dead time. But that dead time is just priceless. And it's just the silence is just putting the squeeze on Ken.
Did you guys bag?
I remember there's a everybody who's watching this, I'm sure, knows who the Chris Watts case is. He was a father who annihilated his wife and 2 children, his unborn child, in Colorado several years ago. And his interrogation and polygraph are priceless. But there was a comedian named Scott. He does a channel called True Crime Loser. Check him out, by the way. If you haven't, True Crime Loser, it's a great channel. And Scott Sharp is his name. Anyway, he made a comment about Chris Watts' interrogation. He was in this quiet interrogation room like this. However, there was an analog clock, like the kind you used to have in your school, like in the 60s and 70s, up on the wall. And it was so loud. It was just tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. And the detective in that case, who was a member of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, he was very good at having long pauses and long time periods where nothing was being said. And you could hear that clock ticking, and it just got to Chris Watts. And Scott Sharp, True Crime Loser, said, Chris Watts was in that interrogation room for a lot of seconds, and he heard every single one of them. And I thought that was kind of funny. I wish we had a ticking clock on this one.
I don't know what Sean did with it.
Okay. When you say gloves, what kind of gloves?
Rubber, latex.
Latex gloves, not hatch gloves or anything like that. Really latex gloves.
A hatch glove is like a search glove, like a leather Kevlar search glove, so you don't get stuck or pricked. That's why he wanted to make sure it was latex and not a search glove. Hatch is the brand. The company that makes those gloves. Oh, Al got a text.
I had 2 coffees and root beer.
Oh.
And my teeth are full. Do you guys mind if I take a second?
No, I've been out on the phone more than I've been here, so.
Excuse me, just please. You need anything?
Sound good?
So these detectives, I love these guys. Guys, I wish I worked with these guys. I worked with great detectives, mind you, but these guys are just something else. So they've clearly had a code word or a code phrase for getting out of the room, but not making it seem like they're just getting out of the room, to not make Ken nervous. And it was clearly, oh man, I've just had so much to drink. I got to use the bathroom. And then Al just gets up. Al just says, "Oh yeah, I've been on the phone so much. I'm just gonna get out of here too." So that was clearly their code word to, we need to go out. Let's go out and talk to the investigators who've been at the scene. Let's go discuss with each other, because Trooper Petty and Al haven't had a chance to talk. And oftentimes, in a long interrogation like this, your partner in there, you want. Sometimes you'll, in modern times, you'll text each other. Even in the room, or back when I first started, we didn't have iPhones. You would just write a note and pass it to your partner, but that makes the person you're interviewing nervous, makes you feel like you're talking behind their back. So these two detectives have done a great job of having no visual or obvious communication with each other in there. But Al's left the room like 6 times right now, and I think Trooper Petty wants to know what's going on. What information do you have? So they're leaving to regroup. They don't want Ken to be nervous that they're leaving to regroup. I got to use the bathroom. I've had 2 root beers. My teeth are floating. I got to pee, whatever. So let's see what happens when they come back.
Football, sleep. Where's the officer at?
There's one right around the corner to your left. Go through the door, in between the double doors.
Interesting that they close the door. A lot of times when you are interviewing people who are not in custody, you'll leave the door open so they know they're free to leave and they don't feel like they're penned in.
I got, just sitting here listening through all of this, I got some questions that I can't help but come to the forefront. Jennifer Webb, who was the father of that child?
Boom. So either in that trip out or the trip out before, Al was told, we just made the death notification, and they said that Ken Bluew, police officer, Buena Vista, is the father of that child, and that's who she was going to meet. So I find it very interesting that they come in and Al's taking over this part of it. It's a good change of pace. I think it's throwing Ken off a little bit.
Is there a chance that you're the father of that child, Ken?
None. None. Never slept with her.
You've never had a sexual relationship with her?
No.
Is there any reason that she would have told people that you were the father of that child?
Not that I know of.
She has.
Come again.
She has told people that you're the father of that child. Her family was well aware of who the father of that child was. Didn't know you personally, but was well aware of what your name was, where you worked, what you did, and everything.
Wow.
Wow. Ken's response is, wow.
No possibility of that?
None.
I mean, that's real easy for us to determine, obviously. But, now's the time to get that out, if there is. I mean, stuff like that happens. We all know that. We're all big boys in this room. We all know that stuff like that happens. But, yeah.
Now, if Ken had a brain, they just gave him an off-ramp, which a lot of times when detectives give you an off-ramp, it's not necessarily to your benefit. But they've just told Ken, look, Ken, there's DNA. They're going to do an autopsy. They're going to take a sample of the fetus. We're going to get your DNA. You know that. We're going to find out. Al just said, we're going to find out who the father of this child is. And faced with that science, Ken still just chooses to lie, which is just bonkers. And I think it's not going to make a difference because he's just so cooked in this one anyway. But I think it would have made him look a little bit better to these two guys, at least. I mean, he's a murderer. How good can you look? But if he would have just fessed up at this point, because there's no use in hiding this relationship anyway, which an hour and 20 minutes ago, they knew that he was sleeping with this girl just by the virtue of it's a 10-year relationship with a female you met at a bar.
That's a concern that I've got is,
I don't know why
her family knew she was expecting, obviously, apparently due very soon,
I knew she
3
was
weeks.
expecting.
Yeah, and they were was apparently no questions at all about it. They were fully aware. Ken Bluew, police officer, Buena Vista Township Police Department, was the father of the child. They didn't know much about you. They never met you. But they were fully aware that you were the father of the child. By name, occupation, where you worked, and everything, Ken.
Wow. Well, that would explain why we're doing this.
Oh, Ken, you idiot. That would explain why we're doing this. So Ken wants us all to believe that he's just now realizing that I'm being interrogated because somebody said I'm the father of the child. No, Ken, you're being interrogated because you came upon a suicide scene after being radio silent for an hour and a half and get out of your car sweating and out of breath, and then you say you know this pregnant girl who you just happened to come upon in this suicide scene with a typewritten suicide note. So no, that's why we're doing this, not because they just found out that the family said you're the father.
I'm not the father of the child. I've never had sex with that woman.
Okay.
You know who else famously said, I have not had sex with that woman? Ms. Lewinsky. Good old boy Bill Clinton. Yeah, when somebody says, I have not had sex with that woman, they've had sex with her.
Well, that's, like I said, that's one of the big questions that comes up. Ken, if you are in this room between the three of us, we need to know that. Obviously, as this investigation goes on, we will be able to determine who the father of that child is. And
so all of you out there, if a detective ever says to you, just between the three of us in here, just between the two of us, yeah, I got news for you. It's never just between the three of us. I've used that tactic myself too, and good for Al for doing it, because it makes it just seem like, hey, we're just in here talking, and it's just going to stay in this room, and it's just, just us talking. I've used that tactic before, and it does work. So good for Al for doing it. Ken now is fighting a lot of emotions. Number one, I'm cooked. I got caught. I'm cooked. Number two is he's embarrassed. As a law enforcement officer being interviewed by two other law enforcement officers, he's embarrassed to be in this situation. He's also embarrassed that he got caught in this affair, and he certainly doesn't want his wife to know because he's embarrassed, and his son to know. And so he's dealing with a lot of emotions right now, and that's a good job by Al to try and lessen the emotional impact of what he needs to say, and by saying, hey, it's just us in this room right now.
you know, as well as we know, when you're doing an investigation, if somebody lies to you about some insignificant or rather insignificant issue, you got to ask the question about why. Why would that happen? Why did that happen? So it may be a little bit uncomfortable, maybe a little embarrassing or whatever, but are we going to make that determination? Is it going to be determined in our investigation? I mean, we will determine who the father of the child is. And when that's all said and done, is the answer that we get from our labs going to say it's Ken Bluew too?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Which is a great answer for these detectives. So if you ask somebody in an interrogation setting, am I going to find your fingerprints? Am I going to find your DNA in this room, on this car, in this crime scene? And they say, you shouldn't. I don't think so. That's not a very good, that's a non-denial denial. That's you're hedging. You're hedging that there might be a reason why, but I'll give you an excuse for it if you do. If I'm being interrogated for a crime and they said you went in that house at that address and murdered this woman with this knife, are we going to find your DNA, your blood on her, on that knife, or in that house? And I know I'm innocent and I know I've never been in that house. My answer is going to be hell no. No, no, no. I wasn't in there, didn't touch that knife, didn't touch that woman. Ken's answer of, I don't think so, or shouldn't. That's not good. Al's giving like a little detective lesson here, which is really nice. So Al said something earlier, which I want to touch on too. He said, Ken, if somebody lies to us about something either significant or insignificant, it creates a problem for us because then we don't know what to believe. And I'd be willing to bet about 75 to 80% of the questions that they've asked Ken, they already know the answer to. And that's what we do, because you want to see if someone's going to lie to you. You also want to see what they look like when they're lying to you, to establish that baseline of both lies and truth, so you can see what their demeanor is. And also, if you're just asking a series of questions that you know the answer to that maybe aren't even significant, but you are insignificant, but you know the answers to, and they lie, well, then you're just, you're not going to believe hardly anything they say, and you can go down that path. So he's letting Ken know that the situation that, and the predicament that Ken just put himself in by telling this lie about this very significant issue.
And I had sex with her, so.
Well, you don't think so, or you do that? I mean, you know or you don't. I mean, there's one way that a child is conceived, that's very apparent. I always know that. Okay. Absolutely no way possible that you could be the father of the child?
Correct.
They've asked him 6 times now. 6 lies.
Ken, it's also our information that this morning there was quite a period of time that nobody could get a hold of you. Or last night, rather. They couldn't get you on the radio. Different ways, through the MDT and through different ways, they couldn't get a hold of you. Couldn't get any response.
About 5 minutes, right?
The MDT, not MVT as the caption says. The MDT is the mobile data terminal, I think is what it's called. It's the computer that you see, the computer with the screen and the keyboard that you see inside of police cars. That's how dispatch can talk to a car, and the cars can talk to each other without going on the radio. You can type things in. It's also where you pull up information from a traffic stop you get, someone's criminal history, if somebody's got warrants. There's usually a tracking map on there of where the other cars in the district are. When you get your dispatch, it might pop up a route on there to the on the map and stuff like that. So MDT he's just making sure, okay, so you were radio silent for an hour and a half. Nobody could get a hold of you, but were you communicating on the MDT? That's what he's getting at here. I also, I think something interesting has happened here too. They're doing a little good cop, bad cop. Trooper Petty's been all, talking about dogs and talking about this, and boy talk this, and we're all cops. And Al just comes in swinging a hammer. Like there's no small talk. Al's just punch, punch, punch. How about this? How about this? How about this? I love it.
We talked like I thought it was a little bit longer than that, but we don't have the records on that yet. But there was apparently some period of time nobody could get a hold of you. Any idea why that would have been?
I had my radio on the other channel.
Which channel would you have?
Our admin channel. I had talked to Sarah before that.
Change from your main dispatch, you change it over to admin?
Correct.
Now, when they do the alert tone thing, does that come over?
Not unless it's on scan, and it wasn't.
All right. Ken's not believable. He's a liar. I'm sure this is a lie too. I have been guilty of having my radio switch to a different channel to talk to somebody on a different channel and not switching it back, and not hearing anything that's going on, and somebody finally getting a hold of me on the MDT or calling me on my cell phone, which, hey dummy, why aren't you answering the radio? So that does happen. That's Ken's fallback on this one, is that's why this happened, but we all know that's not why it was happening. He was busy staging this fake suicide scene.
Oh, that's the only way it comes across.
Right.
Yeah,
If it's on scan, it'll scan.
I'm not familiar with the radios that you guys have with Central Dispatch even now, because I don't have one, so. Everything. What's in your arm? Your forearm there.
Probably from where I was wrestling with the dog.
Can you take a look at that?
Al just keeps jabbing. Al's like, who's the father of the baby? Why didn't you answer your radio? What are those scratches on your arm? He just came through the door after that last break swinging.
You got any other marks or injuries or anything from the dog?
Just that in the eye.
And as we talked about before, Ken's dressed like he's going to a fish fry and should have worn his uniform just to be professional and command a little bit of a presence and authority and have the confidence of wearing the uniform. He's also just a stone cold dummy. He knows his eye is messed up, and he knows he got scratched. I mean, you know when somebody scratches your forearm, especially in a battle that he must have been having with her to choke her. And he comes in a sleeveless tank top, displaying these scratches. Oh, Ken.
Can you take your glasses?
Don't get me wrong. I'm glad Ken's an idiot, and I'm glad he made all these mistakes and didn't pull this off. I'm just talking about it.
Nice and look at your eye there. It's right on the inside corner.
Right there, she caught me with Antonio.
Oh, okay. All right.
Al, what about your eye? What about your
Another
arm?
thing, Ken, I guess what I'm really having an issue with is I can't understand how you could have driven down there, you could have seen this vehicle of a girl that you've known for about 10 years, that the only time you've ever met her, that's the vehicle she's been in, that she's been driving. You end up parking, you get out on foot, and you see her laying there. You see her, you described to us well enough to know that she's already deceased. There's no reason to do any life-saving measures, because you can tell her, I think in your words, her lips were purples, or no rise and fall in her chest, or whatever. But yet you still don't know who she is. That doesn't make sense to me.
You're talking about a matter of minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, from what you've described in your context with her, I guess I would have thought when you drove down Outer Drive and you saw there's Jennifer's vehicle, I would have think in the headlights you'd have noticed that when you were back a ways.
I mean, that's a common vehicle.
No, it's not, Ken. It's a gold Pontiac Aztek. It's not a common vehicle. He acts like it was a gray Toyota Camry, of which there's millions of. No, it's a gold Pontiac Aztek, Ken. I would have loved to have been in the hallway when Trooper Petty and Al left to go use the bathroom. I would have loved to have been in the hallway before they came back in, because I'll bet it was like when you've got like a friend who's trying to go fight somebody, and you're holding them back, and the friend's just going, no, let me at him, let me get at him. That was Trooper Petty holding Al back in the hallway, and Al finally got away and rushed in the room, and it's like, okay, now it's my turn. He's just going after him. This is like the 6th punch he's thrown. Now it's like, Ken, I find it hard to believe that you pull up on this scene where you see the car and you see her and you see all this stuff and the stickers and the thing, and you just don't know it's her. Yeah, Al's on fire right now.
You've met with her at different places. Has there ever been a time that you've met Jennifer down there at the end of Outer Drive? Never have been down there.
That might be true.
Always has been in a parking lot someplace.
Public area.
That might be true.
She was from the city, Ken. It was better in a public spot. Why would she go down there?
I love the tone.
So how would she even know that existed down there?
Don't know that either.
They've switched to very
Why
accusatory
would she told
tone.
her family tonight that she was going to meet Ken?
I had no idea.
She
Specifically,
they knew
she called me.
They were expecting her home before anybody contacted them because she was late. But early in the evening, they knew where she went.
I don't know. I mean, she called me. I haven't spoken to her at all today.
She called you and left you a voicemail.
Correct. I returned her call and did not leave her a voicemail.
And she didn't answer.
No.
So her phone will show your call back to her as a missed call.
True.
It doesn't. It shows an answered call.
Oops. So not only has Ken failed to consider DNA, fingerprint, video surveillance, circumstantial evidence when conjuring up this scheme, but he's also failed to realize, and he was a detective for 5 years, he said, so surely he got search warrants for phone records and subpoenas for phone text messages and things like that. He thinks that they're not going to check his phone records and her phone records, which they already have. They checked her phone. And where he says, yeah, I called her back and she didn't answer, they just said, well, no, It's not showing as a missed call, an unanswered call in her call log. It's showing as a very short answered phone call. You two spoke, which was probably, hey, I'm free now. Let's meet at the spot. Ken's a dummy.
Phone shows a missed call. You know how phone you go through the phones and there's received and there's sent and there's missed, and your call to her was a received call. Not a real long conversation, but obviously long enough to be a conversation.
I never spoke to her.
Received call,
So,
how many times did she call you this evening? Or last evening?
just the once.
Just one time? And you?
There were, I mean, when Sean was playing with her phone, after we found her, he sent, evidently, I think there was one or two calls.
That was after you guys were out there?
Correct.
Okay.
Prior to that, that's just the ones.
One call from you to her?
Yeah.
And one call from her to your phone? And she left you a voicemail?
So what's interesting about that, and I'm not sure, I don't have the case file in front of me and I don't have discovery and information, but Ken says something interesting here. He says after Sean was on the scene and got her phone, and now mind you, we're talking in the context of Ken, how many times did you call her? How many times did she call you? So we're talking about communication between Ken and Jen. Ken says, well, yeah, after Sean got on the scene and had her phone, was playing around with her phone, there were a couple of calls. What I'm wondering if Jen has Ken's number in her phone as something anonymous, like Boo or K-Dog or, Baby Daddy or something like that. And Sean, the detective, opened up her phone to see who she last spoke to, because obviously that's important information when you have a sudden death. And the last two things on her call log were a phone call to and a phone call from, let's just say it says Baby Daddy. I wonder if Sean just pressed redial or callback on that number to see who answered. And I wonder if Ken's phone rang. Surely he wouldn't have answered it, but I wonder if that's what Ken's saying right now. There were a couple of calls after Sean was playing with the phone. That's interesting. I'd like to know more about that. But that's an interesting response, what Ken just said.
And what was the content of that voicemail again?
Just say, hey, what's up? I'm passing through the area. You got time to meet?
Didn't sound upset. Didn't sound angry. Didn't just, if you got time to meet. Ken, did you call her back and make a plan to meet?
No.
Why would she have told family that she was going to meet you this evening?
I don't know.
And then the two of you end up down there?
I can't answer that now. I don't know.
It's just weird.
No,
It's just-
you can't answer that, Ken.
But I guess now, I guess her letter makes a little more sense. But
Now, I can't answer that. Now I guess her letter makes sense. And the detective's like, you'll see in a second, what are you talking about? Her letter makes sense. Well, this is the suicide letter that Ken crafted. And it was his insurance policy in that suicide letter to say, for Jen to be saying, well, I've lied about who the baby daddy was, and I shouldn't have lied about who the baby daddy was. That's not fair to who the real baby daddy's name is Chris, but I've been lying saying it was somebody else. That was his little insurance policy in case she had told somebody it was Ken, or in case they suspected it was Ken. That was his little insurance policy. So now he's reminding these detectives, yeah, that this makes sense now. This is that's why she said she was tired of lying and she shouldn't have lied.
Her what?
her letter
What do you mean?
about The married man part.
Oh, and the
She
note.
was talking, yeah, she was talking about me.
Okay.
I have no idea why she would say something
I don't
like
think she named you in the letter.
that. I don't
No, she
recall
didn't.
seeing my name in the letter, but.
Okay.
Because you wrote the letter.
United States Police, Keeler.
Where's your uniform you were wearing when you worked?
It's in the car.
Can we have that before you go?
Sure.
I like Al's style here. You know, he's still low key. He's not like, "Where's your uniform? We're going to grab your uniform," and all this stuff. It's just, "Where's your uniform?" Ken's like, "It's in my car." He's like, "Well, can we get it?" He doesn't have to ask. This is these guys' style. They're not pushy. They're not aggressive. They're not coming off as alpha males, and we're telling you, and we're doing this. Just a little heads up on the uniform. I found this out digging into this a little bit. So the uniform that Ken was wearing on duty this night, that surely has DNA evidence and blood and everything else on it from Jen, was actually balled up and shoved underneath the seat of his car. The uniform that he claimed he was wearing that night, that was sitting on the front seat of his car, was a different uniform. They found the hidden real uniform he was wearing underneath. And the uniform that he had on the seat of his car was one that was in his locker that had been dry cleaned and never worn, that he pulled out and set on the seat of his car in case they asked for it. He was going to give them that one. And of course it would have no DNA evidence on it. So it was a good try by Ken, but these detectives aren't that stupid, and they certainly searched the whole car,
It's in patrol.
where they also found the book on chokeholds on the front seat. So not so smart, Ken.
No, it's in my vehicle.
Oh, your personal vehicle?
Yeah, take them off, wash them. Sometimes I send them out, but I usually don't at home.
Okay. You don't have a problem with us taking a look at that?
Right now,
The patrol car you were driving tonight, where is it?
parked in its normal spot.
Okay. Has it gone back out on the day shift yet?
No.
Or
There's no one.
got assigned cars, so it's,
For the most part, there's a couple people that double up.
yeah, but for the most part, that car number is.
This special social event.
The one that drives it. Okay. Did you notice when you were down there at the end of Outer Drive with her there, any injuries to her? Other injuries of any kind? Anything stand out? I mean, you described this cord, but did you notice any injuries? Did you look her over to see if she had any injuries?
Just briefly with Sergeant Waterman, we did, as close as we could without falling into the ditch.
And I haven't seen her, so I don't know. I'm just wondering, did you see anything?
No, I didn't.
No signs of any
Uh-uh.
injuries of any kind?
No, because we went, when Sean was doing his MESI stuff, we went back to the body to check, to get, to go over head to toe.
And where was the body at that point?
Still in its original position.
Oh, partially down the embankment? Okay.
It wasn't moved until, to the best of my knowledge, until, the funeral home got there.
And you were already gone?
I was gone by that time.
So the only time you saw the body was in that position during the bank. When Sean was doing his MESI stuff, did you touch the body in any way?
No.
No? You were never that close, or?
No.
Okay, how close would you have ever gotten to, at any point?
Within a couple of feet,
Okay.
3 feet, 4 feet.
They're making sure there's no chance that he can come up with an excuse of why his DNA is on her. And the injuries that Al's talking about, I believe she had like bruising on her legs, knees, shoulders. Obviously he probably put her in a chokehold from behind, but she put up a fight. She's fighting for her life. She scratched his eye, scratched his arm. He probably had to take her to the ground at some point. Most likely had to drag her over to where she was to stage the scene. So she's probably got a bunch of bruising and a bunch of injuries that are just inconsistent with hanging yourself from a cord by your car. It's good questions by Al.
Something like that. I mean, given the position of the body and The slope
Mm-hmm.
that was there,
What was the cord thing that was around her neck? What was it?
I don't know, it looked like an electrical cord,
Some kind of a, like extension cord type thing? You remember what color it was?
dark.
Okay, not bright orange or anything like that, because that's, okay, that seems to be a pretty common color. Did you touch the cord? Don't sound like you're ever that close.
No, I took photos of it.
Okay.
Another great question. His DNA is going to be all over that cord. There's no way he handled that. As careless as he's been, there's no way he handled that cord with gloves the entire time. There's no way that he had it sealed in a plastic bag when it was in his truck so that it didn't get transferred DNA on it. There's no way he was that careful, because he's just been horrible at planning this, and we're grateful for it. But it's a good question. You didn't touch the cord, so why is your DNA on the cord?
And did anybody else take photos other than you?
Once I took the initial photos and we got back here, Sean took the camera from that camera that had the photos on it from me, and I haven't seen it since.
Oh, okay, so as far as you know at the scene, you took all the scene photos unless Sean took some after you were gone? Okay. But then once you got back here, that would have been, was Sean back here before they removed the body in the vehicle and all of that?
No, that was after.
Okay, all right.
Had she ever been in your patrol car?
No.
You ever been in her car?
Maybe once or twice.
Okay.
So Ken actually provides a smart answer there. Has she ever been in your car? He probably should have said yes. He probably should have said, yeah, one of those times that we met up. She got out and just sat in the front seat of my patrol car. I mean, that's fine. Your department might have a policy against that, but they're not gonna care too much. But it would explain why her DNA is in the front seat of his car, where the uniform was, or where the uniform was shoved under the seat. Now he would be able to explain DNA transfer, but saying she's never been in my car, well, now you can't explain how there's DNA like on the passenger seat of your car, underneath the seat of your car where that uniform was. He is smart enough to say, I've sat in her car before. But that's almost even weirder that he would say, yeah, when we would meet up when I was on duty, I would get out of my car and sit in her car in uniform next to my patrol car. That's weird.
What was that about?
Just sitting in the passenger seat talking.
But it does explain
While you're on
DNA in
duty?
her car. Trooper Petty. While you were on duty? Okay, yeah.
You're always single man patrol?
Yes. Most of the time, unless we're working some kind of special assignment.
Anybody ever with you when you met with her?
No.
Of course not.
Did you ever have any physical contact with her?
As far as like hands on,
Yeah, hey.
maybe an occasional hug.
Okay. What was the context there?
Just friendly hug. Hey, good seeing you.
How long
I'll talk.
ago was the last time that happened?
It's a good
I
time.
mean, the other day, weeks, months?
Months.
My dad used to have this saying, the quickest way out of a hole that you've dug for yourself, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. The first step to getting out of a hole that you're digging for yourself is to stop digging. Ken just keeps digging a deeper hole. We had the occasional hug. All of these things that he's saying, all of the downplaying that he's doing, when, spoiler alert, he does admit at the end of this interrogation that he slept with her. It makes the previous 2 hours just utter nonsense. And I think I'd have had more respect for Ken if he had just stuck with the lie until the end and never admitted. But to know that you've been telling these ridiculous lies for 2 hours and then to finally admit it, it's just a level of, I don't know.
We have to cover all bases here, Ken, and, and some of the, we'll go back and we got to look at some things. We just want to make sure that we don't get any surprises. And you know the deal.
Yeah.
And I think you can understand why some of the questions that I asked them, because they do, some things look a little unusual.
I completely understand that. I guess I don't like feeling like a suspect, but.
Well, and it's a lot of times, it's more about
It's getting to the bottom of it.
attorney and kind of heading things off before they get there, answering questions before they're asked, I guess is a good way to put it. And unfortunately, you're the only guy that can answer some of those questions. I mean, you're first on scene at this car where this gal's never been before, that you're aware of, probably has never been before in her life, doesn't even know where it's at. It's not a dispatch call. You just happen upon it because you happen to be in the area and you happen to know her and you happen to be the first one on the scene.
Well, sure.
Trooper Petty has just laid out the entire case like in grand jury form to Ken. You just happen to come upon this car that just happens to be out where you were patrolling, and you just happen to know her after not be able to get a hold of you on the radio for all of this time. And they've just laid the case out to Ken, at which point Ken should throw his hands in the air and say, "I'm cooked, you're right," and just confess.
I get it, guys. I mean,
and there was a period there that people couldn't get a hold of you. And then we have this situation with the family who knows who you are, knows you as the father of their soon-to-be grandchild.
and I have no idea who her family is.
She's supposed to meet with you tonight.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea why. I don't know why she would have said that. Unless she said, "Hey, I'm going to call him." I don't know. I mean, I know she called me.
Yeah, they, again, being straight up with her. They knew she was going to you,
And then
and they knew you by name and occupation and where you worked to be the father, as Jason said, the father of their grandchild that's soon to be.
I have no idea why she would say that. I mean, that's unsettling.
They also knew that she had plans to be in contact right away with a friend of the court. Related to her child. They were aware of that.
So they've just slapped, or Al's just punched again. Friend of the court. So they've laid out the circumstances and all of the fingers pointing at Ken and all of the circumstances and circumstantial evidence pointing at Ken. And he's just sitting there saying, "I don't know why they'd say that. I don't know nothing about nothing." Al just cleverly slipped in the motive. I would say 95% of the cases that I solved as a detective, I knew the who, what, when, where, how. What I was always missing, more often than not always, was the why. And many times my interview consisted of, "I know all of this to be true. Please just tell me why. I want to know why." Detectives often wrap it up in like, "Let's give the family closure," or "They're looking for answers. Please tell us why," or "I'm trying to get into the psychology of what's going on," or "If there's a good reason why, maybe we can work with that reason," and kind of downplay, if you arrest somebody for stealing a loaf of bread, did you do it because you're greedy or did you do it because you got a hungry family at home? Tell me why. I know you did it, but tell me why. Because sometimes the why does matter. Al's just slapped Ken with a possible motive. We know she was going to talk to a friend of the court. So, Ken's a cop. He probably can't afford child support payments for a child out of wedlock, let alone if it's revealed and then he gets a divorce and now he's paying alimony, child support to his wife, plus child support to Jen. So, the motive is this baby can't be born. I can't afford child support. And Al's just hit him with it.
And then we look at this suicide note that you found that's typed. And you know what that means as a former detective. Doesn't mean much, does it?
Yeah.
And it doesn't fit right, especially with how many females you ever know that hang themselves.
Good point.
Can
Most women commit suicide with a drug overdose. I think that's the most common. Firearm, probably next. Hanging has got to be way down on the list, but women take pills. That's how they commit suicide.
help but think that something went terribly wrong here tonight.
Sorry to keep interrupting, but these guys just make a good point or have good things to say almost every sentence. Al is giving Ken another off-ramp. The detectives in the Chris Watts case, which I just talked about a few minutes ago, they also did a great job of this. And eventually they got Chris to confess because the female polygraph examiner, who I think worked for the Colorado Bureau of Investigations also, she was amazing. She said to Chris, did she do something? Did your wife do something to the children? And that's why you had to attack her and kill her? Was she hurting the children? And Chris initially denied that because he wasn't ready to confess and he wasn't ready to admit anything. But then he thought about it for a while. And then his dad came in. He spoke to his dad for a while. And then when they came back in, he confessed. But he used the exact alibi and excuse that the detective had provided him with. And she takes a lot of crap for that. But it opened the floodgates to his bull crap confession then that could later be torn apart. But he had to admit to certain things and doing certain things and actually revealed where he put the bodies and stuff. So they had him at least putting himself at the scene and doing certain things. And then all they had to do was tear apart the nonsense part of his story that was fed to him by the detective. And Al's trying to do the same thing here. Al, we can't help but think that something went wrong out there. Now, if Ken was smart, he might have said, well, yeah, we had this heated discussion and she came at me and she attacked me. She clawed me in the face and she clawed my arm and I had to restrain her and it went too far and I choked her because I know about all these chokeholds and I was just trying to subdue her, but I went too far and I actually killed her and then I didn't know what to do and I panicked, so I staged a suicide scene. There's a chance you could get a jury to believe that. And now you're looking at second-degree murder, manslaughter, even maybe, if he could convince them that she attacked him first. He does have injuries. Ken can't think on his feet that fast, and he's not taking the bait. He's not getting off on the exit ramp that Al's providing him.
Discussion, there was a conversation, and it just got out of hand for whatever reason, and something was terribly wrong here tonight.
And I can tell you that didn't happen. Something went terribly wrong with her. That was no part of it.
And Kid, we're gonna have to go through the whole thing: cell phone records, text records, email accounts, computers. We'll get video from all the places you were patrolling tonight, and that'll help us establish a timeline, which will be good. We'll get the dispatch records and figure out where you were and when. Do you have an AVL in your car?
What the hell's an AVL?
Okay, apparently not.
There's a little thing the chief puts in.
Since they've turned the screws on Ken, since they've laid the case out to him, since Al's been punching him left and right, and just since this thing turned very confrontational about 20 minutes ago, check out Ken's body language now. Slumped over, hand in his chin. Even when he answers, doesn't remove his hand. He's getting beaten down. But I do love how the detectives are still jovial with him. This whole AVL thing, which is a tracker that goes in the car. He says he doesn't know what it is, and they're joking around with him about it and stuff. They're very much not doing the slap your hand on the table and pound your fist on the table and get in your face and say, we know you did it, we know you did it, and which isn't just Hollywood or TV. I've seen detectives do that. I've been in a room with detectives doing that. I've seen videos of detectives doing it. It's never effective, never works. These guys are pros. It shows.
You can always tell where you were and when you were there.
I have no idea what that is.
So these things, I'm just telling you, and you I'm sure know this. They're not going to be a surprise to you. Those are things that we got to do. But again, it comes back to don't let us get surprised here.
Yeah.
Because
if there's something that we are going to find, we need to. It would benefit all three of us here to know that right now. I mean, now is the time to deal with some of those embarrassing things. Now is the time to deal with some of those surprises if we can.
Get around. I know what you're saying.
Okay.
What you got is what I got.
She ever talked to you about being abused by anybody? She ever talked about being in a car accident or anything like that? She's got some other injuries, Ken.
Yes, sir.
And again, maybe it's just coincidence, but you've got some injuries too that you have no witnesses for.
You're right. I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean,
That's the truest thing Ken has said in this interview. I don't know what to tell you guys, because he doesn't.
Ken, the biggest thing is, just tell the truth.
I know.
Okay, regardless of anything else, just tell the truth. I'm sure you've told other people that. Because the truth will always manifest itself in one way or another at some time or another.
That's correct.
Okay, so just make sure there's nothing that we don't need to know now. We're not going to try and pull all the tricks on you and all that shit. It doesn't do us any good. You know where you're sitting. You know how all this stuff works. So that's a call you're going to have to make. Okay, we're not going to try and do Yoda Jedi mind trick bullshit. You know that it'd be foolish for us to, because you're going to see right through it. You use those same tricks yourself.
Well, and you guys are doing it now, so.
Yeah, to some degree, it's hard not to. You get in the habit.
Right.
After 20-some years, but I think that should tell you something about us too, in that obviously you can tell that we're pretty uncomfortable about that, because as cops, we're thinking one thing. As police officers, and a guy that, I don't know how much Al's worked with you, but I met you years ago. Don't really remember you, but I know I never had a bad impression. You certainly don't have a bad reputation around here, around this county, around this city. So, here, a guy like me and Al struggling with this right now, because we're looking at one of our own sitting here and going, motherfucker, how do you talk to a guy about this? And I'm sure you saw it coming, but.
Well, once I realized I knew her, okay, bring it on.
What a dumb thing to say. I knew when I realized that I knew her, it was going to be like, okay, bring it on. Like he's saying, I knew I'd be a suspect from the get, and I knew I was going to be interrogating question from the get. That's a very guilty statement.
It's going to happen, so.
Okay. But there's a lot of things that have come up already that, they're flags, brother. They're flags.
I know. And I don't know why she would have said something like that. I don't know why she would say that I was the father of her child. I don't get that. That totally dumbfounds me.
Well, and maybe you aren't the biological father, but have you talked about trying to help her out or trying to support her or anything?
I told her on many occasions that I would always be there for her. That if, you know, I mean, she never told me how or when or who she got pregnant with. I don't know anything about that. But she's a friend of mine, and I would help her out in any way that I could, just like I would help anybody in this building out in any way that I could, male, female, or dog. It didn't matter, you know.
Male, female, or dog, it doesn't matter. Well, good to know that if there's any pregnant dogs in the building that Ken would take care of them. And I guess by take care of them, Ken means choke them out and tie a cord around their neck.
They are a friend of mine. I keep my friends close.
Well, and it sounds like she's pretty infatuated with you. I mean, take a look at it. You know, you don't know what she does. You know, she's hanging out at the bar, and she's got a young strapping lad who's a cop that's befriending her. You know, is it a meal ticket? Is it something where she's just
I don't know.
infatuated with you and
I wouldn't
be the
think.
father?
I don't know. I wouldn't think after 10 years that it would be a meal ticket. We've never gone out on dates. I've never bought her gifts. I mean, and vice versa. She's never done that for me either. I mean, I don't know why she would say something like that.
She ever asked you to leave your wife for her?
No,
Ever even hint about it?
no, never.
Did she know you were married?
Yeah, absolutely. She knew I had a son. I mean,
it's clear you guys had a pretty close relationship. I mean,
we talked a lot. I mean,
personal stuff.
Ken, you said you had told her you'd help her out. Did you ever tell her that you'd help her financially with the child?
I told her if I could, I would. I mean, I knew she was struggling. You know, she's not making a lot at whatever job she was doing. She wasn't making a lot. So, yeah. Oh.
So Ken doesn't know what she does for a living or where she works, but he knows that she wasn't making very much money. Now, ask yourself this, viewers. Of all your friends that you know, how many of you know what they make at their job, but don't know what they do or where they work? That doesn't make any sense. Ken just keeps digging the hole.
If a friend came to you and asked you, "Hey, I need some help," and that's kind of was the impression that I was getting. That, you know, she needed help, I would help her.
What's your wife do, Ken, for just...
So they're discussing the wife here, so they've muted it, so I'll talk over the top of it. They're going to be like, well, what does your wife think about this, Ken? What does your wife think about you having this close relationship for 10 years with this woman who's pregnant that you've now said that you're going to help financially because she's a friend?
I mean, but you're willing to help this gal out that you just know from talking to once in a while?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, she's a friend of mine. What do you know?
But a friend, you know, it's a close enough friend that you want to help her out with money, but you don't recognize her car or her body laying there in the grass.
Like I said, it wasn't that I didn't recognize her. It was just there were other things going on that were taking precedence over that, and as it started to come around, it all made sense. I mean, then it all started to fall into place, and yes, it was her.
That's bull, Ken. Ken, it was 10 o'clock at night. There was, on a quiet country road in a desolate part of your town, and just you and your partner. There was nothing else going on around. There were no other extraneous circumstances. It was you in the dark holding a flashlight on the face of your 10-year friend, Jen. So don't act like, you were in the middle of the D-Day invasion and, Saving Private Ryan and there was all this stuff going on around you. It's a lie.
And like I said, we're talking a matter of minutes, not 10. We're talking 1-2 minutes, enough time to be able to do what we had to do. And I didn't really look that closely at her. I mean, I looked at her lips. I saw that her lips were blue. I went down to the chest. It was almost robotic in fashion because that's just how I perform my job. Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the Ken Bluew 3000 police robot. What he's about to say next is just insane.
When I do my job and I do death, it's a very systematic approach. I've done a lot of death. I've done a lot of cases involving death. First thing I do is I look for signs of life. There were no signs of life. Okay, go to the vehicle and find out what's there. And that's what I did. Take your photos, get everything the way it was when you found it, and move on. And that's how I approach everything in this job. That's just what I do. It's how I was trained to do it. So that's what I did. How'd you?
They never train you in law enforcement to be a robot and to do everything the same way every time. As a matter of fact, in 8-foot-tall letters on the hallway of my police academy were the words improvise, adapt, and overcome, which means you need to go with the flow. You need to treat every scene as if it's never happened before, and you need to match your actions and your police tactics and behavior to the scene at hand. Law enforcement's never cookie cutter. That's one of the things I actually loved about law enforcement is every day when you went into work, it was something new. And every day was different. No 2 days were ever the same. And just when you think you've seen it all, you'd get dispatched for a loose kangaroo. True story. I work near a zoo where my jurisdiction is, and on a Sunday morning I got a call that there was a loose kangaroo. It had apparently hopped one of the zoo fences and was hopping around. But yeah, so it's you're not trained to be a robot, and you're not trained to treat every scene and do everything the same.
Feel when you realize who it was?
I about threw up. It made me sick to my stomach. I had to walk away at that point. I was just like, oh my God, this is somebody that I know. And it's not somebody that just because I've worked out here for 14 years that I know, it's somebody that I know personally. You walk into your friend's house and you find your friend, laying on the floor dead of a gunshot. It's one of those, oh my God.
Sure, but I think I would recognize my friend laying on the floor with a gunshot.
And again, from the distance that I was at, yeah. Subconsciously, did I recognize her? Probably. I can't say that I didn't.
Subconsciously, did I recognize her? Oh, Ken. I don't want to get into Ken Bluew's subconscious. That's a scary place.
I know the approach that I took and the method that I took in doing what we had to do to get the scene locked down.
I knew we did what we had to do to get the scene locked down. I've had to lock down scenes before that were pretty chaotic, where you are investigating a shooting in the middle of a highway or in the middle of a busy shopping center area, or something like that, or any scene where there's a bunch of families show up, or friends, or a party scene where there's a bunch of people. Locking down those scenes is very difficult. Getting people out of your perimeter, getting it taped off, getting control of the scene, separating witnesses, keeping family members out of a scene. It's very, very difficult, and locking down a scene is very hard. And that's what Ken's trying to get these detectives to believe. Man, I just had to go into robot mode, and I had to just do what I did, and I wasn't even looking at her and paying attention to her because there was so much going on. I had to lock it down, had to lock the scene down. He's on a desert road at 10 p.m., him and his partner, and a female victim who's deceased. Was he worried that deer were going to trample the scene, or that a coyote or fox, like they talked about, was going to come walking through the scene and disturb something and carry something off? There's no scene to lock down here, Ken. It's 2 cops and a dead person. A 5-year-old could have locked down that scene.
Was she pretty distraught about being pregnant and not knowing who the dad was?
We didn't really talk that much about it, but I think it bothered her. I kind of left that alone. It wasn't an area that I wanted to delve in. I knew she told me she was pregnant. I would ask how she was doing. I would ask how the baby was doing. We had a couple of conversations about, I'm struggling with not having a house and living with my folks and yada, yada, yada. And I said, if you needed help, just ask. Just ask if you need help.
So she never told you the guy's name?
No.
You never asked?
I never asked.
Is that because you didn't want to know?
I always said it wasn't my business. It was hers.
When Trooper Petty asks questions like that and stops taking notes, I get the indication that he's heard enough. There's nothing else he needs to write down, and now it's just more of a kind of a. We've definitely moved into the interrogation accusatory stage. That happened about a half an hour ago. A lot less note taking, a lot less leaning in, and body language from the detectives, which is interesting. See that transformation.
What do you think your wife would say about this relationship you've had with Jenny?
She knows.
She knows.
I mean, she knows that I talk to her. She knows that we're friends.
And that's a lie. Looking into this case afterwards, she did not know who Jen was, did not know that Ken was talking to Jen, meeting up with somebody named Jen. This is all a lie.
I mean, obviously there are.
And it's an easily discoverable lie for these detectives. The bold, easily disprovable lies that Ken tells is one of the most interesting aspects of this entire interrogation investigation. It's one thing to lie about something that the police or detectives might not find out about, or it's going to be really hard for them to find out about, so maybe they won't. Or I could tell another lie or something and cover it up. But to say, my wife knows about this person, well, he knows they're going to talk to his wife. And she's going to say, I've never heard of this person, Jen. I don't know what you're talking about. Ken just dig in the hole.
There are rules and there are boundaries. She has male friends that she speaks with, and I have female friends that I speak with. It's not like, I mean, it's not a secret there. She knows.
Okay.
She knows specifically about Jennifer, or she just knows you got friends? I mean,
No, she knows her name.
Oh, okay.
You guys don't have in-car video, right?
No.
None of your cars.
Who's your
I'm shocked.
cell phone provider?
Mine?
I'm shocked that in 2011, this department does not have in-car video. My department, I got hired into my department in 2000, and they had in-car video. It was actual video cassettes in a machine in the back of the car and a camera on the dash. We didn't get body cams until 2023, I believe. So we were late. We were late with the body cams, but we had in-car video 11 years before this department did. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
How long have you had that contract?
And quite frankly, I don't know what the civil lawsuit was out of this. I'm sure there was a Jen Webb's family had a civil lawsuit against this department since Ken was on duty as an agent of that department when he committed this crime in the jurisdiction. But part of my lawsuit would have been, and why don't you have accountability for your officers that they're allowed to commit a murder on duty without it being without there being in-car videos to prevent your officers from committing crimes on duty with their squad cars. The simple technology of in-car video would have made it impossible for Ken to commit this crime.
Year and a half.
Do you have any other cell phones?
There's 2 others on the plan. My wife's and my son's.
Well, all on one family plan, anything.
What about any other cell phones or any cell phone contracts? You got a track phone or anything like that? Do you have email accounts, Ken?
Yes.
What's your email addresses?
Here at home.
Both.
It's K Bluew at bvct.org.
Okay.
And my home is.
So Al's leaving after looking at his phone, so another piece of information must have come in. Curious to see what he says when he comes back.
Do you and Jenny ever fight?
No.
Even arguments?
No.
That's got to be a lie. You don't know anybody for 10 years and talk to them twice a day, sometimes twice a week,
Do you think this
and
is
not get
suicide?
into an argument.
I don't have anything else to think. I mean,
It's a lousy answer. Do you think this is a suicide, Ken? I don't have anything else to think. Well, Ken, you're the one that said it was an obvious suicide note. You're the one that came upon the scene. You're the one that took the photographs. There's no one more intimately familiar with this crime scene, with her, with the suicide note, than you. You are the expert on this case as it stands right now. And your answer is, I don't really have to think anything else. Hey, your answer should have been, yeah, it's a suicide. Of course it's suicide.
Do you know of anybody that would want to do her harm?
no.
I know you said your wife knows about her. Is she okay with this, or does she have some issues with it?
I don't know if she necessarily has any issues with it. I mean, to say that she likes it, I would say is probably a stretch, but because she doesn't know who she is. I mean, she knows her name. She knows that we talk, but have they ever met? No, they haven't. I mean, it's just, I don't know, you're not supposed to do that.
Right.
More reasons why I love these detectives. So oftentimes detectives are accused of locking in on one suspect and not pursuing other leads or pursuing other avenues or evidence that might lead towards other suspects. And when you ask the question, do you know of anybody that would want to harm her? You're opening the door for Ken to say, well, yeah, she had this ex-boyfriend that was stalking her, or there was this college roommate of hers she got in a fight with recently over something on the internet and whatever. But he says no. So, he's showing his due diligence and asking, but also he asks, does your wife have any reason to be upset with her? And Ken's not cluing in that what he's suggesting is it possible that your wife killed her and made it look like a suicide? That's what that question was about. And it's good on Trooper Petty to ask it because if the wife did find out about Jen, there's reams and reams of cases where the wife or the current girlfriend kills the pregnant mistress or the ex-girlfriend or whatever. So Trooper Petty's just covering his bases here so nobody can say, well, you didn't look into the wife. If the wife knew about this person, she might have committed this crime. So you
don't bring that, you don't bring a casual friend into your home like that. She's not a neighbor that we frequently hang out with or anything like that.
So would she have any reason to hurt her?
My wife?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Ken's so surprised at the question. You're a police officer, Ken. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got some big news.
Excuse me just a second, Ken.
So when one detective comes in and asks the other detective to leave the room, Ken's butt cheeks are going to pucker up a little on this one. That's not a good sign.
What do you think I ought to do here, Ken? What would you do?
Do a good job. It's got to be investigated. If there's any way around it.
Yeah. And I didn't. It's just, painting that picture, I'm sure you would agree, shit is just fucked up, quite frankly. And it doesn't look real good. So I have to, not just, from the criminal investigation side, but I want to make sure that you're square too, if that's the case. As long as you tell me the truth, all this stuff will check out and we'll be fine. And it's covering you too. You know that.
Yeah.
But again, man, don't put us in a position where something bites us.
Right. Right. I'm with you.
Because it won't be just us. It'll be everybody at this department, be everybody in Saginaw area that you work with.
Right.
It'll be smack them in the face.
And that was a very good tactic by Trooper Petty. It didn't work. It was a good effort, though. I like doing that. I've used the guilt trip, the shame guilt trip on people before, mostly with regards to their family. It's just going to be an embarrassment to your family and your friends and this if you don't tell the truth here, and it's going to make them all look bad, and you don't want to put a stain on your family and stuff like this. I've never been in this position that he's been in, but he's right. Ken, if you keep lying and make a big deal out of this, and you're tarnishing your fellow officers, this department, and this whole area, and you're making all cops look bad, and that type of shame and guilt should have caused Ken to realize that he's cooked, and the smartest thing to do at this point is to make this as painless for everybody as possible, but he takes a different route.
I get it. I was sitting here, you guys leave the room, and I'm sitting here thinking, why on earth would she say that? And I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for that.
Especially to go so far as to tell the family that.
Right.
Is it something where she wanted to be with you so bad that if she can't have you and can't have her family, that she's going to end it?
I don't know. If it was, she's never said anything like that to me. She's never given me that impression. She's never, she's never come out and said, if she wants me to leave my wife for her, if she wants to have a relationship with me, that she wants anything. I mean, she's never said any of that to me.
Was she mental?
Not that I know of.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it. I mean, the way you were talking about her,
Right.
she's pretty.
She seemed like she had her head screwed on straight. I mean,
Sucks.
tell me about it.
I mean, it's shitty enough for anybody, but especially when it's somebody,
Yeah. And then, I know it has to happen. Just, sitting here going through this and, feeling like I'm the one, being accused of doing something to her.
Yeah. And I don't want to go that far to actually say those words. You know that, because it's not comfortable for me.
Right, but it's there.
With all that shit that we just talked about, man, it just fucking stinks. Fucking stinks. There's no other way to say it. Yeah.
He's right. There's no other way to say it. Fucking stinks.
It sucks, man. I don't like being in this position.
You and me both.
But I can appreciate that, because I don't know how I would feel if I was in your shoes right now. I feel for it. I do.
That just totally, and one, doesn't seem like her, and two, if it is her, then boy, does she really smell me, because I never saw that side. I never would have expected that from her.
I just went out to get camera. We're going to take some pictures of your arm and your eye real quick. I came from home. I don't even have all my shit here, so yeah, go grab that shit. So I didn't have anything. Fortunately, I had a pad of paper, but I knew
So I
something.
think we're going to fast forward some of this. There's a lot of paper shuffling, a lot of trying to get the camera to work, a lot of filling out of papers. This is an interesting part, though, here. So what we have now is they're getting a consent for DNA. That's why the Detective Petty is gloved up. He's opened up the DNA sample kit, which consists of a couple of, they're called buccal swabs. It's like a foam lollipop, and you put it in someone's mouth and you rub their cheek with it. You take another one and you rub their other cheek with it, and you put it in this sealed envelope and send it off to the lab. They would send it to the MSP crime lab, and then they do the DNA extraction and analysis on that. They have enough probable cause at this point to go get a search warrant for his DNA. They don't need his consent. But in any situation where a search warrant is needed, but you can get consent, so to search a car, search a house, obtain DNA, which is a search of your body, essentially. It's much easier if they give consent, if somebody gives consent, and we have forms for those things as law enforcement. It's called a consent to search form, and it just allows, they fill it out and says, I, Kenneth Bluew, hereby give the MSP consent to search my car, which they'll do, my house, and search my body and obtain DNA evidence. So they're asking him to fill this out, and Watch for Ken's reaction to this.
Cab, four-door.
I think they're talking about the car right now.
Obviously, you've seen this kind of thing before, and I just need you to print, sign, and put the time down, and I'll have Al sign it. And obviously, you're under no obligation to do so. You know what your rights are. Just simply asking for your consent.
And the rights he's talking about is your Fourth Amendment search and seizure rights. You don't have to consent to a search when the police request it. Police have to have probable cause to search something. There are exigent or exceptions to the search warrant rule, exigent circumstances, emergencies, crime in progress, things like that. This is not one of those. They're just trying to take a shortcut, which any detective would take, instead of obtaining a search warrant, which involves writing up an affidavit, having it presented before a judge reviews it, and then signs a search warrant. You're talking hours to get this done. He's sitting here. He's been cooperative. Hey, will you give us consent to search your car, your truck, give us your DNA. Just easier. So it's acceptable. Let's just touch on what Ken just said. Why am I feeling more like a suspect than a victim? That is probably the most obtuse thing that Ken has said in this interview, and it makes me angry to read it. First of all, Ken, you're not a victim. At best, you're a witness and an investigating officer. You're not a victim. Jen Webb is the victim. So shut up. Thing number two, why is it that I feel more like a suspect? We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, Ken. You were read your Miranda rights and put into this room with two detectives 2 hours and 22 minutes ago, and you're just now feeling like a suspect? You haven't been paying attention then, Ken. You've been a suspect for a long time, not just now.
Well, Ken, we've kind of discussed the issues, and we talked about what we're seeing and what we're thinking, and I think you can understand we've got to do what we've got to do. We've got to do this investigation. And sort it all out. Answer as many questions as we can. No different than any investigation that you've done, many of them in your career. It's got to answer as many of the questions that are out there as can be answered, and that's what we're trying to do. Answer as many of those questions as we can answer. And our hope is at the end that everything is good.
So that Ken is balking at signing the consent for his DNA right now is telling these detectives everything they need to know that they probably already know anyway, but it's just confirming.
The consent? Are you unsure if you want to do that?
I'm just uncomfortable with the whole thing. I mean,
Well, and I understand that. We both understand that. And I can tell you that sitting on this side of the table for me, it's very uncomfortable for me too.
All right, get ready, everybody. Here it comes.
just figuring to know that you've not done anything wrong, but still feeling like you did.
Sure, that's a tough spot. But as we discussed before too, the truth will manifest itself at some point or in one fashion or another. And like you said, you don't have any concerns here, so.
I can tell you one thing, though, guys. I did, in fact, sleep with her.
And boom goes the dynamite. 2 hours and 23 minutes. Ken finally admits, I slept with her. It's the inevitability, and it's very almost Shakespearean that he utters this confession while signing the consent to search form for his DNA, which he knows is going to reveal the truth. It's very symbolic. He's basically signing his death warrant as he confesses to sleeping with her and being the father of the child. It's a very, very high energy moment there for these detectives. And watch their reaction. They're just true pros.
It was a while ago. I can't say that she ever told me that her baby, or this baby was mine.
How long ago was it? Was the timing right that it could be?
I don't know. I don't even remember. I mean, it was.
So it's our understanding from what we've been told that she's about 8 months pregnant. Puts us back around the first of the year, January-ish.
More good timeline questions. Job, Al.
Yeah, I suppose it could be. I suppose it could be about that time. So, if this baby is mine, wow.
You don't see us jumping up and down, do you?
And Trooper Petty just said it all. You don't see us jumping up and down, do you? They didn't even make a reaction. They just let Ken talk a little while longer. Al asked the timeline question, which is important, but, I've been in interviews before where a confession was given and the detectives either got excited or then got super chatty talky or just straight up just ended the interview there because they got what they wanted. These guys have been around the block for a while. They're doing such a great job. No reaction whatsoever. I don't even think they moved. And just almost downplaying it. That was not a confession to committing this crime, but it was a confession to the motive and the circumstances that sealed Ken's fate. That was a huge win right there in this interrogation, and they gave no reaction at all. And that's what they should do. Stoic.
No, but
as we discussed before, Ken, it's,
now it went from bad to worse, guys, I know.
well, it didn't go from bad to worse because you're answering a question and getting out ahead of something that we were going to find out anyway, right?
I don't know if it is or not, I mean.
But if there's a possibility, that's what we wanted to know. That's
I know
important
that
that we know it's possible.
I know that we used a condom, I know that she said she was on the pill.
BLE.
UEW.
UEW.
I guess I just didn't come out with it in the beginning because, my wife.
We understand that, Ken. We understand that. I think I told you before, that's a very sensitive situation, and we understand that.
Yeah, Ken, Al told you about 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, hey, we understand that this is embarrassing and that, we're all guys here and we understand that stuff like this can happen. You wouldn't be the first, guy to ever have an affair with a woman. We can talk about this in here. So, yeah, Ken, you should have known that 2 hours and 20 minutes ago before you told all these lies. Trooper Petty's going to address that in a second here, I think.
Something on my head, too.
Which is the problem with telling a bunch of lies and then finally telling the truth.
They have mosquito bites.
Need something to eat.
You didn't have breakfast this morning?
So that's the buccal swab, goes in your cheek, rub up and down. It extracts like skin cells from inside your cheek, saliva, DNA. And then it goes in its own pouch as like the right side, then there's a left side one. It gets sealed, put in an envelope. Obviously the detective's wearing gloves so he doesn't cross-contaminate it with his DNA. this, we can skip through here.
But she didn't say that it can't be anybody but you, Ken.
I just fast forwarded them putting away the DNA.
And I apologize for that. I should have said it up front. But
Well, I'm sure, Ken, that you can appreciate that. The bigger problem is, big deal, you slept with her. Okay. The bigger problem is now, what am I supposed to believe?
now it looks like I killed her.
Oh, Ken. So, what Trooper Petty says is true, and it's pretty serious, which is, Ken, the problem that we have now, Ken, is you just told us the truth, but you lied to us for 2.5 hours. So we have to go back through everything that you just said for the last 2.5 hours, and now what's the truth and what's not the truth? And what Ken says is well, now it looks like I killed her. These detectives didn't even make that jump, Ken. These detectives merely just said, well, you're probably the father of the child if you had sex with her. Ken is making the quantum leap to, now it looks like I murdered her. He's just sealing his own
All I
fate.
can tell you is I didn't. I didn't have anything to do with it.
But again, don't let something come up and bite us like it just did. Because this was an easy part. That part is uncomfortable. I don't want to say easy because it was uncomfortable, but it's small potatoes.
It's not small potatoes, but that's good minimizing by the detective.
There's something else that we need to know. Now's the time.
You got it.
So what a detective will do is, if there's important information that needs to come out, detectives will minimize the importance of it just to get that information to come out. If the suspect thinks, they're telling me this information is not important, it's not critical, it doesn't really matter, then I can just give that information. That's a good job by Detective Petty there. Oftentimes, too, you just minimize the level of their involvement. Obviously, I'll bring up the Chris Watts case again. Those detectives did an excellent job of minimizing anything that Chris did. You must have just done it in the heat of passion. Surely it wasn't something deliberate you did. Things just must have gotten out of hand. Al brought that up earlier. Well, things just must have gotten out of hand. You're minimizing. No, rest assured, this was a premeditated, planned, thought out, deliberate homicide. But the detectives are trying to minimize it to get Ken to make some admissions or maybe admit a smaller part of it, or that it wasn't what it appears to be.
Have I been in her truck? Yep, been in her truck. Told you that. Have we had sex? Yep. Is it my baby? I don't know. They'll tell me that. From that point on, everything you got is what happened. Is there going to be anything on your uniform, on your clothes, that's going to mean anything one way or the other in this? Is she going to have any other unusual injuries that need to be explained? I don't know. I wasn't there.
Ken's very soft-spoken now.
Ken,
Not
let me see your arm again.
no jokey.
You know what that looks
No
like?
monologues.
If I were
Very
to
quiet.
grab you with my fingernails, what would I leave? Is there any possibility that her fingernails are going to have any DNA underneath them? I don't know. I wasn't there. Okay, all right. I just, those red marks, they look like they could be finger marks. And that's one of the things that autopsy they're going to do is scrape all of her nails and check all of that stuff. It's just, Ken, that, I told you before, my hope is, you and I have now worked together a lot. We've had some association. It's always been good. I hope this association ends up good. I truly do. But we've got to do our job. We've got to do a thorough investigation on this. We've got to answer just as many questions as we can answer about this. And I hope it all ends up good. But we're going to dot all of the I's and cross all the T's as we go through this. So.
And I don't believe for a minute that these detectives are being this cordial and kind and friendly with Ken just because he's a police officer. I generally get the impression from both these guys, this is how they conduct all their interviews. I think they're nice guys. They're professional. They're very well spoken. They don't use a bunch of words when they don't have to. They do more listening than talking. They're very patient. I just think this is the way they are with everybody. I think if this was just a guy off the street in these exact same circumstances, they'd be talking to him like this. I like their disposition.
Yeah. There's really not much of anything that we can't try real hard to deal with if we know about it up front, if we know about it ahead of time.
I understand.
Like Jason said, the issue about you having slept with her is, in the scope of possibilities here, pretty minor.
It's not minimizing.
It's one of those things that if we get out in front of it, we can make it a non-issue. But if it's something that comes up that shows deception, then it just casts bad light on everything.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't truthful, and I'm sorry.
Is there anything else we've talked about that you haven't been truthful about? If at some point in this investigation we felt that it was necessary to have you take a polygraph related to some additional issues, would you be willing to do that? What would that show us?
Hopefully that I'm telling you the truth.
So I am a little bit bummed out that the state police have a polygraph examiner. I think they actually have two that are on duty, normal business hours all the time. Certainly they're available to be called in. They have portable equipment that can be brought to a scene like this. If you watch the Chris Watts interrogation and polygraph, the Colorado Bureau of Investigations female agent, brought her polygraph equipment that's in like a big briefcase into the room there in Colorado. So I'm a big fan, and I'm not criticizing these detectives. They did a great job, and it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, and I think by this time they think they've got enough anyway, which they did, and they do. This is just my wish list of things I would like to see out of entertainment value and also investigatory value, but it would have been pretty cool to see them keep him there for another hour or so until somebody from the state police post, probably in Lansing, the headquarters, the capital of Michigan, could have gotten out there and conducted a polygraph. Ken is not lawyered up. He will be lawyered up soon. Ken is still trying to save face with the department and do all the things that make him look innocent and not make his police administration suspect him or angry. So he would have certainly consented to a polygraph right here, right now. If he goes home and contacts a union rep who says you better contact a lawyer, that polygraph will never happen, and I don't believe it ever did happen. So this was kind of your one and only chance to do that. Might have been extenuating circumstances why they couldn't, but I thought it would have been cool if they did. Just so everybody knows, too, a polygraph is not admissible in court. As a matter of fact, if you even say the word polygraph in court in front of a jury or when the court is in session, it's grounds for a mistrial, and everything just shuts down. The judge freaks out, clears everybody out of the room, usually admonishes whoever said it for saying it, and will instruct the jury to disregard anything that was said. If not, give a mistrial. They are used as investigative tools. I investigate a lot of sex crime cases, and often those things are he said, she said, she said, she said type situations, and there's no physical evidence. So I would oftentimes invite the suspect up to the polygraph examination, where I would sit in an observation room while the polygraph interview and examination was taking place, so I could see it happen. And I would always tell the suspect, if you go up and you pass a polygraph, I will close my case out. I'll believe you. And if they didn't, then I would submit that information to our prosecutor's office, who might then issue a warrant based on the fact that they failed a polygraph examination and all the other evidence. But again, it can't be used in court. It's just an investigative tool to see if you're on the right track. There was not one single polygraph exam that I had given to a suspect where they passed it that I continued on my case. I believe in the polygraph. I believe in passing a polygraph. I think there are cases where you can fail a polygraph and still be innocent. But I think if you pass a polygraph, you're most likely innocent. And I never pursued charges in those cases. So it would have been interesting here to see that. Because he would have failed miserably.
I aired my dirty laundry.
What should I ask you on polygraph, Ken?
You can ask me whatever you want to ask me.
It's a good question. Make him answer
Clear
that.
all doubt about anything.
Did you sleep with her? Yep. Did you kill her? No.
Anything else?
Did you meet her tonight down at the end of Outer Drive?
Nope.
Now that's a real polygraph question. So a polygraph exam consists of several things. The polygraph examiner is a trained investigator, probably has detective experience, usually has a degree in some sort of psychology or something like that. And they're trained to kind of dig into a person and get information and get into their psyche. So the first hour or two of a polygraph exam is actually an interview. It's background information. It's interview about them as a person, their history, their upbringing, likes and dislikes. They're trying to get a feel for the person, but the polygraph examiner is also trying to get a baseline for what this person looks like when they're telling the truth, what they sound like, how they answer a question. The polygraph examiner will then ask some questions about the case at hand. And that is the polygraph examiner formulating the 10 questions that they're going to ask on a polygraph. It's 10 questions. 3 of which will be critical questions about whether you're lying or not. The other 7 are usually questions like, you're sitting in a blue room. We are currently in the state of Michigan. And you answer yes or no. Questions that are just like sort of control questions. So you know they're going to answer it truthfully, and that on the chart is going to show what their levels are at when they answer a truthful question. Now the other 3 are more difficult. And Al just asked what would surely be an interview question, or a polygraph question, which is, did you ask Jen to meet you on that road last night? That's a very specific, pointed question that he would certainly fail. Obviously, another question would be, did you physically cause the death of Jen Webb? And he would come up with one other question. Maybe something about the phone call to reveal the truth in that. He's already confessed to sleeping with her, so that wouldn't even be a question. Ken says, did you sleep with her? No, we don't need that on the polygraph. You just admitted that.
Did you have a phone conversation with her tonight and agree to meet somewhere?
Yeah, that would be a
We
question.
have a phone conversation.
Is it possible you are the father of that child?
Well, I slept with her, so yeah, I'd say it's probably possible.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a question. He's already admitted that. He can't recant that now.
Do you have any questions for us right now, Ken? We want to go out right now and take a look at your vehicle.
Yeah.
Is it locked up? These keys to it here? Can I take them?
Can I go with you? Because my gun's in the truck.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And that is the end of the interview and interrogation of Ken Bluew. Again, I don't mean to Monday morning quarterback or be critical. They spent 2 hours and 35 minutes slowly building and getting to the point where Ken admits, I slept with her. That is a critical and pivotal moment in this interrogation and interview, and I don't fault the detectives for only answering or asking the follow-up questions that they did. I do wish the interview and interrogation would have gone on a little bit longer, because now that you've got that confession out of him, all of the questions you asked earlier that he lied about can be asked again, and he can't lie, and you'll get the answers you want. So the friend of the court stuff, which is a huge motive for this, just so many things. The level of contact you had with her, what discussions were happening with regards to what was going to happen when the baby was born. I believe one of the issues here was that she wanted to have Ken's name on the birth certificate as the father. And that was one of the critical issues that they were arguing about as well, because Ken didn't want to. And she's like, I have to put, I think there was, I think it was in here too, that there was information that she was going to go to friend of the court to get child support. And part of the friend of the court process was you have to provide the friend of the court judge with a list of 5 names of people that you've slept with in the last year. And then they'll conduct DNA tests on those 5 men to prove who the father is, to know who to get child support from. Ken was obviously going to be a part of that process. When did Ken know that was going to happen? What threats had Jen made, or what was Jen pushing for to get that done? How long has your sexual history been with Jen? Did you just have sex with her one time 8 months ago? Or how long has the sexual relationship been going on? A lot of questions that I would like them to have asked Ken, but I think, well, I know they have enough, because he was convicted and he's serving life in prison, and he's currently in Coldwater Prison in Michigan serving a life sentence. So they got what they needed. I just always wanted more. It was such a good interrogation. I wish it was 10 hours long. I'd watch all 10 hours. But for those of you that have sat in this long, I believe we're pushing up on 4 hours on this one, because I've been yapping so much. This is the longest interrogation interview video that I will do. I'm starting with the longest one just to get it out of my system. So those of you that stuck around till the end, I appreciate it. We'll catch you on the next one. We're going to be doing all the faves, all the cops that have committed crimes. We're talking Daniel Holtzclaw, Stephanie Lazarus, Jason Fleer, Anthony Burgos, Miles Bryant. They're all coming up. I know you guys have all watched them. So stay tuned for my commentary, and we'll see you in the next video. Thanks.